Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Pannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within the Fall of the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. Be seated. Court in session.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Welcome back. We'll ask you those same three questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here Friday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here? All right, so Mr. Fuller, we're going to send you folks all back.
All right, so the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Stand to recess.
What's up, STS Nation? Welcome to continuing live coverage of Surviving the Survivor, the podcast that promises to bring you the very best guests in all of true crime. We are on Verdict Watch, day 5 for Karen Reed. the fifth day of deliberations, the fourth full day, and everyone's hoping for some action today. We're looking at the now infamous ceiling fan there at the Norfolk County Courthouse. Some exciting news. Our very own Tim Jansen is going to be at the courthouse this morning outside. I did not build the table yet, Julie Frew. The parts are sitting here. I got to go get my nails at some point today. But yeah, Tim Jansen, criminal defense attorney, is in Massachusetts, and he is going to be at the courthouse today. Actually, his idea, not mine, because he's about an hour from the courthouse, and he offered to go. He'll be there around 9:30, 10, and so once Tim gets there, we will take him live, and there's supposed to be demonstrators on both sides of this, the free Karen readers and the anti-Karen readers, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Did I say nails? I meant screws. Yeah, I didn't get the screws yet. What's up, Black Witter? Miss Cece is here. Julie Frew is modding as always. Lorna McKenzie. Great to see everyone. I'm not going to tell you I'm not exhausted, but I am. And I'm going to come right back to you as soon as we get some movement on the fan. But again, anyone who's a fan of Tim Jansen is going to be outside the courthouse today, and we're going to talk to him from outside the courthouse there and see what he's got to tell us. He's also got takes on what's going on with these deliberations. So I'll be right back to you as soon as we get some action on the fan. Good morning, everyone. So reporters are starting to tweet from inside the courthouse. Christina Rex, who is our best guest sometimes and a reporter for WBZ. Good morning. I'm at Norfolk Superior Court for day 5 of deliberations in the Canton retrial. Nothing notable about the jury today, except the foreman is wearing a tie, first time in my memory. 22 hours of deliberations and a deadlock jury. Will there be a verdict today? Question mark. You can read in however you'd like about the foreperson wearing a tie. Remember, that person is supposed to be a retired law enforcement officer. So we sit and watch the fan spin and spin and spin and spin, kind of like the wheel on Wheel of Fortune, and we will see where fortune takes us today. I am not there in person, Nona, but Tim Jansen, criminal defense attorney. He spends part of the summer in Massachusetts on Cape Cod. And so he is up there and offered to go to the courthouse today. So we're going to get him in a little while. Stand by, everybody. Look at this.
Hey, Joel.
How are you, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. It's a beautiful looking day there in Dedham, Mass. Tell me what's happening.
So I walked up and the traffic is really packed. You had people in blue shirts all supporting the John O'Keefe. I haven't made it to the front where all the people in pink are. The people in blue did not want to be interviewed. They asked me what station I was with. They said maybe later. So I'm sitting out front of the courthouse, found a parking spot way far away, and then actually walked right where the jury bus is located. And the cops are surrounded the jury bus in the back. I did get a picture with the jury bus behind me. So it's a lot of activity here, and a lot of people supporting one way or the other.
Tim, I love seeing you as our did you tell him it was STS, the greatest true crime podcast in the history of the world?
I didn't. Let me show you my ensemble, Steph. They asked me who I'm with, and I said, I'll show them who I'm with.
There we STS, baby. That's the original STS hat. I love it. We're gonna have Tim on the ground today. We're gonna have him walk around. Tim, in a little bit, if you want to try to grab some interviews, that'd be awesome. But let me ask you this. We haven't seen the judge come out and address the jurors yet. And it is.
I think she did. I think she
Oh,
did.
did
already.
she? I must
think
have
she
missed
already
that.
asked them. She already asked them if any of them have anybody
Read
contact
anything.
them or affected or read or seen anything. So
You know what?
I
That
think
must
we're
have
good.
happened in the first 30 seconds. So so I guess you're probably right, and I probably
You
missed
see all
it.
the police coming by me
yeah.
on bicycles.
The demonstrators, what's it like? Are they being civil with one another, the pro and anti Karen readers?
Well, I saw a bunch of ones in blue, which are pro on the other side. I haven't made it up the other way yet. I'm on my way there, but I wanted to check in with you.
Well, it's funny because I was on probably at 9:05 at the latest, so they must have started right on time. I just assumed that
Right.
they were running late as per usual, but Space Coast is in fact letting me know that she already gave them their instructions, so they're obviously in deliberations. Yet again, Tim, the only word we're getting from inside the courthouse is that the jury foreperson today is wearing a tie for the first time. Does that tell you anything at all?
Sounds like it's going to make a decision, or he's sending a signal. Was it a pink tie or a blue tie?
As far as we know, and the court clerk has given himself a high and tight summer cut. That's the other big piece of news. So, the STS hat, IGG is commenting. So, Tim, what do you think? The jurors took the weekend off. Your best guess, which is obviously a guess. What do you think? What do you think happened Friday? What do you think they did over the weekend to clear their heads?
Well, I think they're deadlocked, and I don't know the number. The judge did not give we call it the Allen charge, but they call it the Rodriguez charge up here. It's where you inform the jury that you got to make a decision. Please make a decision. I think she'll probably do that today after 5 days of deliberation. That seems to be the standard they're talking about up here. So I think that's what's next, maybe by the middle of the day if it's still deadlocked.
Vanilla Rose is right about this. Joel, you sound as exhausted as you say you are. I never get a break. Let me wind for a moment. 3 kids, so I had the whole weekend, and now I'm right back to Monday. But this is good. I'm recharging as we go here. You're with your beautiful wife, Tim Jansen. Is she your producer today?
My wife is my producer.
It's awesome.
And it's so funny because we brought her Aunt Margot, and red is supporting Karen Reed, and blue is supporting
pink.
I guess
right?
the conviction. I mean pink. So Margot came down in a pink shirt, and my wife has a blue shirt on. So I told them I was going to interview each one as if they were supporting one side, but they said no.
How many of the pink variety, how many would you say? Because they say there have been a couple of hundred the last bunch of days. Are there that many?
I think there is. I came back the back way. I'm going to go walk up that other way where they all are. And
Yeah.
it looks like they're on the other side of the street. And I'll make my way over there and try to
Do
talk
me a favor.
to somebody.
Yeah, go make your way there and then try to hop on. We can take you live while you're walking through.
Okay.
You want to
I've
do
got
that, or
this
is that too?
I've got this on a tripod, so I don't
Yeah.
know how it will look. But I can try that. Yeah, I can
The
try that.
The COE is saying a casual walk and talk.
Okay.
Yeah, just see how you're feeling. And
So
how many of the
my props. Look at my props. I brought a stool, right? A tripod, a hat, and
Yeah.
my phone. We are on a
Let me tell you.
cheap budget here.
that stool could be your weapon? Welcome to news. Everything is cheap.
Yes.
Yeah, take a walk around. Let us know what you're seeing and what you think. And the minute we
Okay.
get word, we'll get you sitting back down.
Okay. So we're on live right now?
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
You want to go? You want to take? You want to hop off for a little bit and go over there and then come back on?
I can walk and I can get someone to cover my stool, carry my stool, and I'll walk right by the front of the courthouse.
That'd be great. Give us
All
the
right.
tour, Tim.
I'm going to
Tours
give you a
with
tour.
Tim.
So here are my producers. There's Margot, and my wife is behind her trying to.
There she is. What's up, Steph? How are you? Live
Sam
on
in blue-
STS.
in blue and pink.
I love it. Both colors repped. I
I'm
love
gonna
it.
walk down here. All right, so I'm walking down here. I hope I don't get stopped by the police.
Yeah,
But if
let's
you
see
can
what happens.
The traffic is like a dead stop here in this town.
How's
Right
the
downtown.
how's the buffer zone for the demonstrators? How far out is it now?
I think it's they're across the street. There's one across the street and one down here. So I'm walking right next to the courthouse.
Mm.
And you're going to see the courthouse. There's there's a courthouse right behind me. And I'm walking right by the stairs. You see it?
Yeah, yeah.
That is the courthouse. That's
Yeah,
where everybody
that's
comes
it.
out.
That's
That's where everybody comes out.
yeah, it looks pretty
This is the
calm right
courthouse.
now.
It's pretty calm. Wonder
Yeah.
how close they'll let me get. I guess this is as close as I can get.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm
Try
doing
to
a
run in-
podcast. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. So he told me
What are they-
unless I'm media, I can't record. But I am media.
What did they tell you?
Are
Oh,
we
you have to
considered
be
media?
media? Yeah, you're media. Tell them you're with the best podcast, true crime podcast in the
Are we
world.
considered media?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Yes, we
Sports
are.
TV. Yeah. So I'm walking to the buffer zone now. And I think I can walk. Okay. We're walking. Now I'm going to start to see all the media, maybe Court TV. And we'll see where we go.
Look at this, everyone. Look at this reporting by Tim Jansen, Edward R. Murrow level reporting.
Here we are. We're getting into
Yeah,
supporters,
David
I guess,
Einstein wants to
fans.
know.
We got media here.
Is anyone actually protesting, or are they just hanging
And
around?
so I think they're all like keeping cool right now.
How's
No
the
one's
weather?
really
Is it hot?
doing much. It's
Is it
awful
hot?
quiet. Weather's beautiful. Weather's beautiful. People brought their pets out. They have beautiful little poodles.
Mm.
And so it's pretty quiet. No one's really yelling and screaming. They're the screamers are over there. I've been directed towards the screamers over here.
Tim Jansen, this
Reed?
is good practice for the Donna Adelson and Brian
So I'm
Kohlberger
doing a live
trials.
podcast, And so you're here. What's your name?
Scott.
Scott, where are you from?
From Plymouth.
Plymouth. That's where we are. We're in Plymouth.
Oh, you're in Plymouth?
Great Herring Pond.
Oh, we're right near there.
Oh, that's what
We're
we
right
came
there.
up
We're
for.
in Cedarville. We're in Cedarville.
Cedarville. I know Cedarville real well. So, so Scott, you're here. Got pink on. Well, it's actually Nantucket.
It's like a plum. I'd say it's a plum.
So
It's the
you're
best I can
here
do.
supporting what?
We're here to support for a not guilty verdict.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
In fact,
Yeah.
I asked Attorney Jackson just a little while ago, how long before we hear not guilty?
how
How
long?
long before
That's
we hear
pretty
not
good.
guilty?
Just like that Google search.
Yeah,
How long
exactly.
before someone freezes?
Exactly.
So you've been here through the whole trial?
No, first day here.
Oh,
first day.
first day too.
We're pro police. We're
Pro
just
police.
we're not anti-police. We're just not. We're
Yeah.
not pro bad police. You know what I'm saying?
In this case, it gives the stench
It really
of
does.
not good police.
Yeah.
doesn't it? They say people lie, but science doesn't.
Right. Exactly.
And in this case, most of the scientific evidence clearly shows not guilty.
not guilty.
Yeah.
Not guilty. Beyond a reasonable doubt, to a moral certainty.
Right.
I don't understand how it's taken so long to come to that.
Well,
Tim,
do you
Tim,
think?
ask him what he thinks is going on in that jury room. What does he think's happening?
Yeah. What do you think's going on in the jury room?
I mean, that would be nothing more than speculation, but I think there's a holdout. There's a holdout somewhere in the jury room.
Maybe one or two.
At two at most, in my opinion, two at most.
And maybe they just don't like Karen, or maybe something resonated with them, like I did it.
Yeah,
But when you look at that police report, she really didn't say I did it. She said, could I have hit him? Could I? They left that out.
But then it evolved.
Yeah.
Then it evolved to I hit him.
Yeah.
I hit him.
Yeah. So what do you think of the judge in this trial?
I don't really want to disparage.
No.
anyone.
But do you think she did a good job, fair job? She could have done better, or could have done?
I think she was
worse?
less than professional.
Okay.
We had a lot of sighing.
Yeah.
She clearly doesn't like the defense, in my opinion.
Okay.
But
So you talked to Alan today.
well, I asked him how long before we hear a not guilty verdict.
Did he respond?
He said, what did he say? Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon, I believe is what he said.
Well, the longer they're out, the less it's good for the prosecution.
Is that what you hear? Yeah.
Well, that's what normal happens.
Yeah.
If
I
you
really
had
thought
such a
something was going to
strong-
happen on Friday when they asked for a little more time.
I think you're right. They were asking for 45 more minutes.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm a trial lawyer too.
Gotcha.
And when you're waiting for that verdict, it's like having a child. You can't do anything. You're walking up and down.
I can imagine.
You're hoping for the
I
best,
can imagine.
and it's just a lonely time.
Yeah.
So-
I can only imagine.
So
I can only imagine.
So you're looking over here. What are we looking at? Is this defense lawyers' cars?
I think that's the team. A team,
Okay.
all part of their team.
I'm going to show the cars parked here, if you can see those.
Yeah.
And they got security over there.
Her attorneys,
Tim, ask him what prompted him to find.
They're in there now?
Yes.
Oh, I wonder
Tim,
if I could go get an interview with Alan Jackson.
Maybe.
I can't hurt to
Hey, Tim-
ask, right?
Hey, nice talking.
Tim,
Hey,
Hey,
Tim.
fellow Cedarvilleite.
ask him what? What?
ask him what
Listen,
prompted him
you can
to
ask him a couple questions.
what prompted him to come out finally for the first time.
What prompted you to come out?
We've just been watching since the beginning.
Yeah.
And this is like I said, this is our first time coming here. We're starting a vacation today, so we had
Nice.
the chance. We couldn't come up here because we had to go to work
I
every
got
day.
you.
But we started vacation, so we decided to come up here.
Are you in the cranberry business at all?
I'm not in the cranberry business. No,
Oh.
I drive a tractor trailer.
Oh, he's from Cedarville. Margot, our aunt's from Cedarville.
We live right next to White Cliffs. We live right next to White
Oh,
Cliffs.
wow. See, it's the whole time here.
Who knows?
Hey, Tim Jansen, you got to tell him to watch Surviving the Survivor.
Yeah. We came
Tell him to
from
get it on at the
Canton.
courthouse.
I'm a lifelong Plymouth person, but I was West.
So we're on this show, Surviving the Survivor. It's a
Surviving the Survivors.
podcast.
Okay.
You can watch it later on
Yep.
YouTube, and
Gotcha.
you'll see yourself. You're
I
doing
gotcha.
live.
I didn't know Surviving the Survivors was right down the street in Cedarville. I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Well, it's not. I'm a
Oh.
traveling.
You're filling in. You're filling
I'm
in.
filling in.
I got you.
I'm their infield
I
reporter.
got you.
All right,
Tim,
Joel.
amazing work, Tim. Amazing work. Go get Alan Jackson next.
I
We're
want to
here.
see if I can get Alan Jackson. I'm going to keep walking. See if I get some volatile people.
Get Alan Jackson, please. and get Karen Reed after that, and then get the jurors.
I don't know if I get the jurors. But
Just walk into that room. Who's going to stop you?
some
This
people
is
shaking
amazing, Tim.
bombs.
Tim, this is amazing.
We got a good crowd here. Very quiet crowd. No one's really talking. I'm heading towards some vocal people up here. Let's see how vocal they are.
Would you say there's hundreds of people, tens
Hundreds.
of people?
Yeah,
Hundreds.
at least 200 people, I'm guessing.
Wow. And is it like a party-like atmosphere? What does it feel like?
I'm walking up to the party atmosphere right now. And I got a woman.
We are not protesters. We are supporters. We bring love. We bring hope. We bring compassion. And most importantly, we bring truth.
You heard it. The truth in Dedham, Massachusetts, right here. See all these fancy cameras? Look at me. I got a little.
You know what? It's better than all the rest. This woman is well known. I forget her name, but she's obviously a pro Karen reader. I've seen her on both social and the media post court.
We don't have it in the public sector, and that's why we're here today. So first we gotta free Karen Reed, and then we gotta fix those checks and balances so this never happens to anybody.
All about checks and balances, they're saying.
Hey, I'm doing a live podcast, Surviving the Survivor.
Yes.
What would you like to tell the viewers all over the country?
I would like to tell the viewers all over the country, when the good do not speak up and they remain silent, the bad take over. And this movement represents the best people in this country, the best people in this world. This movement represents those people because these people dared to speak against the government and the law enforcement, the bad ones, not the good ones, the bad ones. And we are standing up because we want truth and justice to prevail. This is America. We have to have truth and justice prevail. If this case does not come back with a not guilty verdict, we are in trouble as a country. Because we have had, you can just say it boils down to accident reconstructionists. The defense put on people that do work for the Department of Justice, for the FBI, for the United States military. And you're going to put that testimony up against a clown with an associate's degree and a couple of classes. Give me a break.
So let me ask you something.
Give me a break.
Let me ask you. So they say people lie, but science doesn't lie.
That's correct.
Doesn't the science in this case really look for not guilty?
Yes. Guilty is not even on the table. There is no evidence to support a guilty verdict. Zero, zippo.
So what do you think is holding up this verdict?
Well, that's going to be interesting. I'd like to know what's holding it up. Now, to the jury's defense or whatever, there was pages and pages of evidence, all kinds of information. I understand that they can't have readbacks, which doesn't make any sense to me, because if you have people with a memory and then somebody else has a faulty memory and their notes are not evidence, well, and they can't have a readback, I mean, WTF, what is that? We have to be able to say, listen, let's go back to the testimony. Let's go back to the facts. Maybe we heard it wrong. So if we have a juror in there that thinks that Karen Reed is guilty, we got a problem.
Well, let me
we
ask.
have so much scientific evidence that shows otherwise.
Well, it seems like the Commonwealth's strength in their case.
There is no strength in their case.
The only strength,
no strength.
They said, I did it.
Oh, I'm so
but
glad
you know what?
that.
That wasn't what she said.
That's correct.
She said, could I? She was a
That's
question
correct.
mark.
That's
it's like
correct.
My Cousin Vinny. I shot the sheriff,
Yeah.
and they turned it into a confession.
Yeah.
It seems like that's what they've done
That's
here.
exactly what they did to Turtle Boy, too. They took his videos, they took his blogs, and they cut out fragments, and they made them full sentences. That's what they did to Karen Reed. They took a portion. Since when does someone say, supposedly, I did it, but there's no evidence to support they did it.
Well, let me
That's
tell
ridiculous.
let me tell you, I
And
worked.
that's not what she said. She said, could I have hit him? Why? Because Jen McCabe said he never went in the house.
Let me ask you. So I've been a criminal defense lawyer for 38 years, and I've done cases where people are hit by cars.
Yeah,
Your shoe does not come off unless you're hit at 50 miles an hour or more.
yeah,
And the injuries in this case are not consistent with being hit by a car.
100%.
It clearly looks like he was hit in a fight.
Correct. He was.
The FBI said that.
He
Well,
absolutely was.
People hired by the FBI, right?
And
Wait a minute.
Are you
wait a
familiar
minute,
with the
wait.
Sandra Birchmore
Oh, 100%.
case?
And guess what? We got the same cast of
And
characters.
it's the same police
That's a
department.
surprise. And the same cast of characters. The
You
same
know,
cast
see,
of characters.
people told me there could be a bunch of rowdy people. These look like nice people,
These
nice
are nice
American
people.
people.
And the only reason I'm speaking loud,
Oh, I'm getting a hug from a guy in a
the
pink
only
shirt.
reason I'm speaking loud is because I don't have a megaphone and I want to reach these people. Otherwise, I'm walking around in a regular tone talking to people. These people are the best people in this country, and they're standing up for truth. And that's what we all have to do across this country. It's time to make truth cool again.
Well,
It's time to get gaslighting
what
on.
is your name?
My name is Rita Lombardi.
Hi, Rita. I'm
Hi.
Tim Jansen. How are you?
What's your name?
Tim Jansen.
Nice to meet you.
So we do this live podcast.
Yes.
We've done the whole trial.
Yes.
We've done a lot of trials. And we have about 115,000 people probably
Excellent.
watching you.
Oh,
And
this impacts
all
all
over
of
the
you.
country.
This impacts the entire country. Do
It
not
does.
think for one reason, this is Canton. Do not think that this is just Massachusetts. This is the entire country. We are at war with truth. This country is at war with truth. And we have people out there that are gaslighting. This case is a role reversal. Instead of the prosecution presenting the most expert evidence, it's a role reversal. This prosecution has been gaslighting us, and the defense has been doing the prosecution's job. They have shifted the burden to Karen Reed to prove her innocence when they have framed her. This
Hey,
should
Tim.
scare everybody in this country and everybody
Tim,
in the free world. When they
ask
can do
her,
this, people that we trust to serve and protect us have turned and framed an innocent woman. That's a problem. And let me just say this. Karen her car did not hit John O'Keefe, and his injuries did not come from a car. So that takes out all the broken taillight pieces. That takes out all the planted evidence because it didn't happen.
Tim Jansen, will they?
Sure, go ahead.
Tim
Go right
Jansen,
ahead.
will they respect the jury's verdict? Tim?
All the local media are now trying to take my show from me. My little equipment. These are great people. You would love to stand out here with these people. I'm gonna try to get Jackson to do an interview.
That'd be hilarious. Go talk. Tell me you're a
I know.
criminal. Tell me you're a
Hey,
trial
can
attorney.
someone get a hold of Jackson? You guys know people can call him and tell him I'm here. Hey, are you inside with Jackson? Are you inside with Jackson?
outside right now.
Well, can you tell him we got a live podcast? I'm a criminal that like to interview Alan if you'd like.
I don't think right now is the time though.
Anybody from the team?
Right now is not the time for that.
Okay.
Maybe when this is all done, they're focused inside right now.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, they told me they're telling me, but they tell everybody. So you need to find somebody on the inside. I'd make a run for it, but all this heavy equipment I'm carrying, I wouldn't get far. Just want to see how he's doing. I'm a lawyer. I'm a criminal defense lawyer, and I know waiting for a jury is the loneliest feeling in the world. Just want to say hello.
Yeah,
We got.
they're very confident with the defense they put forward.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
It's easy inside. They're waiting like the rest of us, but
They're what?
They're very,
Wow, it's a helpless feeling. You can't say anymore. You're
Hey
waiting.
Tim, where are the blue protesters compared to the pink protesters?
There's some blue ones down here, and I'll go down and try to talk to them, but they don't talk much. They just hold signs up.
Yeah,
But
I'm curious to see what they say.
I will try to go down there and talk to them also. So that was a pretty good interview, that one, huh?
Yeah, Tim Jansen, you're on a roll. You're on a roll. I'm curious if they would respect the jury's verdict once
I
it
don't
is.
want to ask. I don't want to ask him that because. But I walked up. They had all these cameras in there, and I just walked right up and started talking to her. So
That's
now
awesome.
I'm going over to the blue shirts, kind of like the Civil War. Remember the red legs? And
Yeah.
so now I'm going over to the.
I should have given you our Surviving the Survivor. We have a tablecloth. You could have worn it like a cape on your back, like a
So
superhero.
I'm going over here and see if these people will talk and see what they have to say.
Is your producer walking with you and protecting you?
I lost my producer.
Oh, how's the police
I'm standing
presence?
here with a group of people who are supporting Karen, and you see signs. Well, they're supporting. They got I hit him, and justice for John. Of course. Everybody wants whoever killed John to serve justice, right? Okay. And,
Tim, ask him what they think's going on with the jurors.
They got signs, so I got signs.
Mm.
And they clearly believe Karen is guilty, or the evidence showed she's guilty, right?
In her own admission.
And her own admission. But let me ask you, did you see the police report where it said, she said, could I have hit him? Could I have hit him?
Can I ask you?
Yeah.
Could I have hit him if you didn't hit him?
Well, no, I don't know. I'm just saying that's what the police, that's what the officers
I
put.
wouldn't be going around saying, could I have hit him?
But you know, a police officer writes a report and he put it in quotation marks. Could I have hit her? I'm talking about a police report that an officer wrote from witness statements, and he put it in quotation marks.
Did you watch the Dateline interview where she said she thought she
I did not see that. I did not
it was
see
not
that.
admitted into evidence, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's not
But she
usually
admitted
admissible.
that she
Okay.
thought she could have flipped him. And witness testimony is that. What motivation do firefighters have to lie on their own?
Well, what about the evidence of the injuries?
We love Nuttall. We love Nuttall.
They like somebody named Nuttles.
That's the firefighter who was on scene who
Firefighter.
testified that Karen said, I hit him.
Okay.
Tim.
So what happens if the verdict comes back not guilty or it's a hung jury? What will you think?
It will be terrible for the OP family. So can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why are you so invested in this conspiracy?
I'm doing a show called Surviving Survivor.
It's for viewers.
And No. We have like 115,000 people who are interested in this case, and they don't live here.
Yeah, but why
They're
are
not
you-
here.
You're pushing the conspiracy.
Because I'm a trial lawyer and I analyze trials all over the country. I've been doing criminal law trials for 38 years. I was a former federal prosecutor. So trust me, I like prosecutors. I love prosecutors.
I don't. But I
But
understand the
what
evidence.
about the evidence in this case?
Right, the evidence is okay. Why was Karen's first thought that he could have been dead when she woke up then?
The evidence that you've seen on whether it's the videos or logs or whatever else.
My concern is this. I had a lot of car accidents where shoes came off. And they're 50 miles an hour or more. A shoe doesn't come off if you get hit by somebody 15 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour.
Personally, that's not anything that I'm trained
Right.
in.
But what about the injuries? He had no injuries anything below where the car would have hit him.
How did his phone get beneath him and
That's a good
over by the
question.
window?
How do we know how to get there?
Well, there was no footsteps.
Well, what if he was carried?
You would see footsteps.
What if the
carrying
snow then covered up the footprint?
him. Snow covered up him as well. Remember? How long does it
Hey,
take to
Tim.
freeze?
You know what? Yeah.
Tim,
Yeah.
I'm curious if they think that the Brian Albert, Brian Higgins are hiding something, not necessarily this killing, but if they're
Okay.
because Higgins shredded his SIM card. I'm just curious if they think that they're covering something up, not necessarily the killing.
What about the Alberts and Higgins that had deleted stuff, got rid of SIM cards, got rid of the dog, sold the house? Do you think that plays anything in this case at all?
As far as going through the phones and stuff like that, I don't
Yeah.
see that as an issue because they were never brought up as possible that they did it, perpetrators.
What about Proctor being the lead investigator? Probably they should have had somebody else, right?
Why? What was wrong with Proctor?
You didn't see all the things he said and did unprofessionally, talked about.
Such
her?
as?
Hold on. How would they know that?
The
They
F-
have removed from a case for private text messages that they would not have access to. That's ludicrous. That's
No,
insane.
but the professionalism itself.
Well, go talk to any cop and let me know what they said. I guarantee a lot of them talk like that. I know they do.
Well,
I'm not excusing it. I'm not saying it.
no,
Okay,
it was
but they-
clearly inappropriate, right?
It's clearly
Yeah.
inappropriate.
And
Hey,
he
Tim.
was friendly with. Yeah, go ahead.
Ask them if they believe that the free Karen readers will respect the verdict no matter what it is.
Well, let me ask you. This is a serious question. Do you think the people in pink will respect the verdict if it's guilty?
No, absolutely not.
What do you think they'll do?
I don't think that they're going to take it well. I think if
Okay.
anything, they're going to be angry about it. I would like to think they don't lash out.
Now, do you all live in this area? Oh, I live in Florida. I live in Tallahassee,
Oh, way up there. I live in
Bonita Springs. It's nice up here. Isn't it nice up here in the summer?
It is definitely too hot down there.
96 in Florida today.
Don't
Well,
rub it in, Tim.
don't rub it in.
This is great. This is great.
Well, how long do we think they're going to be here all day? You guys going to stay here all day? Till you get tired. Till the lobster. Then I get some lobster.
Tim, ask them, Tim, what inspired them to come out? I assume they have jobs and have other things. What inspired them to come out here?
So what inspired you to come out? The fact that you thought, I'm sorry? Jen McCabe. She has gotten a lot of hatred. Yeah. And she lives in Canton. So how far is Canton from here? 10 minutes? This Dedham's a nice little town.
Now, what do you think, if I might ask, the treatment of all the people that were not, there were only witnesses after the fact?
I agree.
Do
No
you think
witness
that
should be
that's
here.
anything?
No one should be harassed if they're a witness.
I mean,
And-
when we're like calling out.
No, they
cannot go
absolutely
to
should
college,
not.
or couldn't go to the college you want to because of.
No, that's
what's
terrible.
going
That's
on.
terrible. No witness should be called out unless it's proven that they perjured them or obstructed justice.
Do you
If
believe
they
it?
Before the
testify,
trial.
I'm sorry, what?
Do you believe it takes the jury notice that they didn't bring
No, I don't believe you should take the jury.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
we got 12 jurors and they're trying to do the best job they can.
This is exactly the
Well, we
point
hope
about
that they
Colin
do.
Albert. They went in swinging and their opening that was framed and Colin did it. And
Right,
then
right, right.
they even bring Colin out and they never mentioned your story.
Now,
Not even brought
wasn't
up.
Colin 17?
17 years
And
old.
he left the house before Karen and John even got there. So you
He was
think maybe
going
the
to
defense
college.
threw up a bunch of crap to
See
confuse
what's
the
it,
jury?
throw everything at the wall and
Yeah.
I know I'm
Hey,
asking
Tim.
you. I know what I
Yeah, yeah,
think.
yeah.
They're
Hey,
not
Tim.
interviewing me.
Also happened prior
Tim,
Yeah. Yes,
ask
yes.
them if they
Go
think
ahead.
that these jurors could be adversely intimidated by the louder protesters, the free Karen readers.
Good question. Do y'all think the jury could be intimidated by all the loud protesters and the people saying
A
things?
certain person who I don't want to name has already mentioned that he has figured out the personal details about these jurors. He indicated one juror has a DUI, and
Oh.
he announced that to his viewers. He also indicated the profession or the prior profession of another juror. This is not okay. He already has plans to harass these jurors if they don't get the verdict.
So they have an individual, I think his initials are TB, who may have is he here? Do you know?
We don't know and we don't care.
Oh, he is here. Okay.
Mm.
I'm trying to get perspective on both sides. See
Well,
the sign
Tim-
that says "I hit him," and it's got a picture of Karen with a crazy look in her eye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tim, do you think the jurors,
Yes.
Lindsay Shea, do you think the jurors inside can hear the protesters?
I don't know. You think the jurors inside can hear all the protests? Oh, they think they can. The windows are probably old, but they think they can.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So, all right. Well, I hope.
All right.
Let me ask this guy where he's towing cars. Hey, where are you towing cars at? I don't want to get my car towed. I'm going to bill you if I get my car towed. Hey, thank you for your time. See you in Florida. Come to Tallahassee. We got a big trial there. Donna Adelson. They shot and killed the professor. Hired hit. It's big national news. And I do a live trial. We do a live thing on that. Thank you. Oh, you recognize me. Hi, someone recognized me. What's your name?
That's why I said that the O'Keefe's deserve the same
Okay.
that the Markells got.
So you
And they
watched
have
Surviving Survivor?
I did before they went.
Oh, did you see my live thing on the trial? Oh, thank you. I got a fan, or at least she says I did a good job.
Hey, tell her we're getting both sides. Tell her we're getting both sides.
I'm trying to get both
Crush
sides.
the conspiracy. Crush the conspiracy.
Which conspiracy?
This
Oh,
conspiracy.
it's almost as bad as a double conspiracy in the Markel case.
It's actually more the more believable.
Okay. So we got a Markel watcher.
Tell her to give us another chance. We're covering both sides.
We'll come back. Donna's trial's in September. Okay. You can see me there. All right.
I love it. Tim,
So,
look at this.
Here we go.
Tim is world famous.
Huh?
You're world famous, man. They know you in Dedham.
Yeah. They know
Dedham.
me in Dedham.
Tim,
And
are
that
they
lady wasn't even from Florida.
are they selling merchandise, Tim?
I haven't seen it yet. I do. I'm going to buy some. I'm going to
I
see if I
wonder-
can find Court TV and see if I can talk to them. But
Yeah.
how are you? I'm great. Hey,
Yes, sir.
Turtle Boy, is he here?
Yes, he was.
Oh, he's gone?
He left.
Oh, I wanted to try to talk to him. But...
Yeah. You can talk to me.
Well, who are
I got
you?
a channel.
You got a channel?
Yeah, bud.
I got a guy that's got a
I
channel.
got a channel. I only got 11,000.
You ever watch this one?
Yeah,
Oh, I
watch
know
all the
him.
time.
Oh, you watch it all the
Yeah,
time?
great. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Surviving the Survivor.
Yeah.
I know very well.
Yeah.
So,
What's your name?
Tom, CPU Tom.
TPU Tom.
C.
I know of
Central
CPU. I know of
Processing
CPU,
Unit.
Tom.
Computer guy.
Where are you from?
Whitman.
Whitman. Is that here in
Small town, yeah.
Okay.
Tim,
I'm
what
in Cedarville.
inspired him to start a channel? He started his channel for this
So what do you think
trial.
about this? When you walk through this crowd, what's your gut
Let me
feeling
tell
when
you,
you walk
I
through that
thought
crowd?
these people were a lot more controlled than I thought. I think they're more normal than I thought.
Okay.
It seems like the people in blue are a little more agitated and more
But why?
vocal.
Why?
I don't know. I tried to talk to them. They were very put off, but then they started talking. And then one of them knew me, so I gotta be nice to them,
So
right?
if you walk through this crowd, right,
Yeah,
you're gonna find the best people in the world.
they're really nice. Yeah.
I can't begin to tell you how much these people just touch my heart. And
Yeah.
I'm a small guy. I only got 11,000 subscribers. I got nothing. And these people, every one of them watch me.
Right.
So
That's great.
really a cool thing. Like
Great. Are you on now live?
Yeah, live right
Oh,
now.
we're on live? Here we
Oh, yeah,
go.
I got 2,000 right now.
Okay. Joel, how many we got going right now?
A little over 2,000.
Oh, we got 2,000. Oh, we're about even.
About even. But you know what I notice? People bounce. They
Yeah.
go from channel to channel to channel to channel.
Yeah.
But yeah, the facts that have been presented in the case,
Right there.
there's nothing that can
prove her. You need to call Sean on the golf.
that can prove her guilty.
Yeah.
Even with the evidence that's presented,
Clearly reasonable doubt.
oh, without a doubt.
Yeah.
And
And those people don't want to hear it over there.
no. But there's no way she can. I don't see it. I
Science,
don't see it.
The injuries just are not consistent.
They had the engineer come and say, John didn't hit the vehicle and the vehicle didn't hit John.
Right.
So what's that leave? It leaves a dead Boston cop in the front lawn.
Every time.
Now what?
Hey,
Right?
are they selling merchandise out here?
No.
Oh, I thought someone said they were selling merchandise.
No, like people make their own shirts.
Oh, they
Like-
make their own.
Like what? Like see this shirt right here?
Oh, here we go.
Like she made that.
Sidebar. Not
So-
a fan. Sidebar. That's how you
Sidebar.
say so. Jackson,
Yeah.
I'm gonna fuck you up.
So if they had an extra shirt and the shirt's $20, they
Yeah.
probably just get the cost back for the shirt.
Yeah.
So that if they're selling it,
Where do you get the shirts at?
We had them specially made.
Oh,
only
okay.
got 3.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Okay. One of a kind.
They're very
Hey, Tim-
creative here.
So,
Tim
like,
Jansen,
if
this
they
is
had an extra
awesome.
shirt, then you just someone wants to buy it. That's what
Yeah.
selling merch is.
Yeah,
really.
I got you.
Hey, Tim Jansen.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
Do-
Where are you
Do I
headed
have
next?
a career? Do I have a career in journalism?
Yeah, you do. I'm gonna where you headed next?
I'm going back to this crowd, and then I'm gonna try to find some new people.
I'm gonna bounce you out for 1 sec. I gotta talk to you for a split second, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna give you a quick call, okay?
Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay.
All right, Tim Jansen doing some field reporting for us as the jury continues to deliberate here on day 5, fourth full day of deliberations, fifth day of deliberations in total. Tim Jansen is looking to find his producer, aka his wife, and then he's going to be back on. So we are on scene live outside the Norfolk County Courthouse. Tim Jansen doing some stellar reporting for us. And there you go. You got both sides represented out there. People in blue are supporting the Commonwealth, and the people in pink supporting defense. Blue Commonwealth, pink defense, kind of like a boxing match, I guess, here. STS peeps don't bounce around. This is the best podcast. Yes, it is. Mossberg Mom, thank you. STS is a family affair, not just with myself and the COE, but Tim Jansen's producer is his COE, who's Stephanie is awesome. Love Stephanie. We have the best reporters. Yes, we do. And Tim is just looking for another spot to reset and start back up. And we're here. I'm here. We're just hanging. We'll be back to you in a couple of moments, bringing you the best Karen Reed trial coverage from the ground in Dedham, Mass. I'll be back in a few moments, everybody.
Doing the whole interview.
Hey, Tim, you're back, Tim.
Okay, I'm back.
Tim, it's 10:20 here.
Yeah.
What do you think we're gonna see anything this morning? Do you think at what point do you think she would have to give this Allen charge?
I think she'll wait till after lunch, maybe 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. If they come back
Okay.
and say they're deadlocked, she'll give them the Allen charge.
Mm.
But we'll see. It's this is day 5, right? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and this is Monday. So this is day 5 of the jury deliberations.
Yeah. It's funny. People in the chat, if you talk to the blue, you get yelled at. You talk to the pink, you get yelled at.
I tried to do both.
Yeah. Chicago, by the way, is July 16th. Someone's asking about the book tour. LA, August 15th. Chicago, July 16th at Bookseller. And I'll be getting some info out on that.
Oh, you already on? Yeah. Nice. Can you hear me, Joel?
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right.
Maria says, Joel, watching you live from Zurich. Play fair, Mr. Joel, or I can change the channel. We have to go with the evidence, free Karen Reed. I guess you have no opinion at all, Maria, but I'm glad to hear you do. We are trying to talk to both sides here. That's my background news. So we're talking to the Blues, we're talking to the Pinks, and seeing what's happened. Tim Jansen, what are you seeing?
Seeing the producer?
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of people walking around. Some are just curious. Some are actively supporting. In suits, just videotaping people. I think he's media. Kind of a stiff media. No personality, but. Have a good day. 1 mile away. There you go. We'll see you. But somehow my ears aren't working, so I'm just going to get rid of the. Let's go talking now.
I hear
Can you
you
hear me
now.
better? Okay.
Yeah, I hear you now. We've got Perth, Australia. It was a little better with the ear.
Okay. Joe, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Joe, we good?
Yeah,
Okay.
can you hear me? Yeah,
All right, this is
yeah, I
better.
got you.
I reconnect. I got reconnected now after I got off.
We've got Perth, Australia watching.
walk.
Dublin, Ireland is in the house. Rainy, Kansas. We've got it all covered. For those who are joining, it is day 5 of deliberations here in the Karen Reed trial, and we are watching our own Tim Jansen, who happens to be at the Norfolk County Courthouse outside, walking around, speaking to different people, giving us some flavor of what it is like as we wait on these jurors. So there you go.
I'm going to try to talk to some people who are just standing by, drinking a nice drink. Where y'all from?
Fairhaven, Acushnet, Southeastern Mass.
Southeastern Mass.
Yeah.
And you're here for Karen Reed.
Absolutely.
Drinking a seltzer.
Yeah, trying to keep cool. It's hot, but you know what? It's going to be a very important day today, I think.
It is.
I'm hoping that he's found innocent.
Is this your first day out here?
No, I've been here before. One
Okay.
day a couple weeks ago.
And what's the crowd look like to normal? Is it smaller?
No, I feel like it's bigger today.
Really?
I think a lot of people are anticipating this.
There might be a verdict.
Yeah,
Something's going to happen.
Yeah. You know, she's in the church over there.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
I tried to go in and talk to the lawyer. They told me no. We're doing a live podcast. You're on a live podcast.
Really?
Going all over the world.
Oh, really?
And,
we're just out here showing our support, like many others.
Yeah.
We're peaceful out here. We're just hoping for the best.
Yeah, you know, the people
Tim.
in blue are really vocal, very agitated.
Do you follow them? They're not very nice people.
Oh, I don't know them. I just met them. Yeah, Joel.
Ask them
Joel, go ahead.
if the verdict does not come down in their favor,
Joel?
how do you think they will respond? How will they respond?
So what do you think if the verdict comes back comes back guilty? How do you think people here with this group will respond?
Well, she's got a lot of supporters, and I think that, you know, her attorneys will file an appeal immediately, like, do it again if we have to, no matter what the cost. Innocence, you can't put it, when somebody's innocent, you can't put a price on it.
And what do you think if it's a hung jury? You think the Commonwealth will try it again?
Oh, absolutely. I think they will. You know, they've got their egos, and they're going to do whatever they can to take down an innocent person. You know, anybody with, no matter whether you follow this case or not, there are certain things that we've seen as far as the police officers' investigations, law enforcement, ATF, local policing, so many things that just don't appear to be ethical or truthful.
You know, the science kind of doesn't support the Commonwealth's case.
You're absolutely correct.
And the neutral people looked at the injuries and said there's no way the car caused that damage.
Yes, and you saw Dr. Wolf, I'm
Yeah.
sure,
Yeah.
and Dr. Rentschler. They did an amazing job testifying. Dr. Wolf has done over 1,000 cases, investigated accident reconstruction, and then you've got Joe Paul from the state police who gives this nonsensical, testimony on how he pirouetted through the air and there was broken taillight here and there, and they kept finding
Right.
it for weeks later. It just doesn't make sense to the average
Right.
person.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
So what do you think of the prosecutor?
Oh, I don't know.
Nothing.
I mean, he's doing his job, I guess, but he's just, I don't know. I like Alan Jackson. I think Alan Jackson is much more experienced. He's professional. He knows his stuff. She's very lucky to have a good team of attorneys like she has.
It looks like they're getting lunch delivered for the lawyers. You can see the lawyers are getting lunch delivered maybe by a Uber squad.
Yeah.
You're getting it right now. Here comes the lunch for Karen Reed and the lawyers.
Hey, you're impressed. You should get something, right?
I should get something. I should get
Hey,
paid.
Tim, ask her what.
So what's your name?
Tim Jansen. I'm from
Jan-
Florida,
Oh, I just came back from Florida.
but we have a place in Great Herring Pond
Oh, okay.
in Plymouth.
I just went to Naples.
Naples, nice.
Yeah.
She's got money. She went to Naples.
No, my friend. No, my friend's her father-in-law has a condo down there.
So the latest news is that the lawyers got their food delivered.
Oh, there you go. Do we know what they're eating?
What time is it?
No, they're in brown paper bags delivered.
Oh, it must be late. It's brunch. Yeah. It's brunch.
Brunch.
Tim, ask if they think we're getting a verdict today.
What do you think about a verdict today?
I think it's coming.
You do? Think the jurors want to get ready to go home for the fourth?
Probably, but Auntie Bev keeps pushing.
Auntie Bev.
Yeah, she's just you can't meddle too much in how long it takes a jury to
No.
deliberate. That cannot be. You can't sway them one way or another. They
So how-
need the time.
How did she get the name Auntie Bev?
Oh, it's just kind of a.
Is there a reason? Is she a for somebody?
I don't
Oh.
know, but
Just made it.
Maureen Hancock does really good parodies of
Okay.
Auntie Bev. You gotta look it up. It's hilarious.
So the people here seem
You
very
know, Auntie
calm.
Bev is her brother represented. Right?
Did you see that? Auntie Bev, her brother, represented one of the Alberts,
It was Chris Over.
one of the questionable people in this
Yeah. So to say there's no connection.
connection.
See, this is like, and we could go on and on.
What do you
and
think
on.
about Jen McCabe?
Oh, she's a liar. She can't get her story straight.
Right.
Hey, Tim,
And the evidence shows that. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't like her, but look at
Yes.
the facts.
ask
Joe.
if she thinks in retrospect if Alan Jackson made a mistake by going so deep on the cover up instead of just using reasonable
It's on
doubt.
right now. It's on YouTube. You'll be on it.
Can I take a picture of you?
Sure.
Lynn, get together. Well, I gotta get you. I'm gonna go on this side. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, we got pictures taken.
Yes. I love it. I'll
Get the hat.
Yes.
You go on YouTube. We're on right now. You can see yourself.
Awesome. I watch YouTube all the time.
Good. Surviving a survivor. It's a great
So
one.
what do you think?
I think the evidence doesn't support a guilty verdict, but I'm not on the jury.
I know, but see, this is what the average person.
But the average juror should be seeing the same thing.
Absolutely.
And I wonder if maybe some personalities, they just don't like Karen, or maybe they got a juror that just doesn't want to acquit.
Mm-hmm. And I think people have connections to law enforcement, and
Yeah.
they don't want to believe that law enforcement can be so corrupt. But if you listen to Rita Lombardi down there,
I interviewed her.
Yes.
Yeah.
You absolutely can believe that law enforcement can be corrupt. And there's also her husband was former law enforcement. So there's
Tim Jansen,
Yeah.
where's Court TV? Where are like where are
I'm
the
trying
main
to find.
the media
I'm gonna
truck?
go over here. I think the media is right here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go see if I can find.
I'm gonna
Court
bounce
TV.
you out for 1 sec, okay, till you set back up.
Okay.
That is Tim Jansen with his fans, with his minions, on the ground at the Norfolk County Courthouse. And Tim, who is a criminal defense attorney, sort of leans heavily in the favor of defense. as a reporter, I want to hear a little bit more from the people in blue. I want to get both sides in, and see what both sides have to say. Do you wish you could be? Yeah, I love being on the scene of any big story. I went up to Canton, Mass, which when I was in, I can't believe it's been going on this long, because I was in Boston for the book tour. So I went to Canton, Mass at the beginning of this trial. And it feels like it was 6 years ago. But this trial has gone on for a long time. Adam Bluefire telling me about, I'm familiar with Grizzly. She was supposed to come on a couple times, and we need to reconnect. I'm going to bounce out for a second. We're looking at the ceiling fan here, in the infamous ceiling fan. I'm going to be right back, everybody. Tim is finding a place to set back up, or looking for people in the media to interview. I am looking at some of the social media sites, and as of right now, it is status quo. Nothing. Radio silence. Literally, the only piece of news that we have today is the jury foreperson who's former law enforcement is in a tie. That's about the only news we've gotten, and that the court clerk, got a high and tight haircut. So that's about all we know. And then we've got Marvina. Got to thank her for this. Love this channel. People probably know this. There's a very widely circulated photo out there of Alan Jackson with Karen Reed in a interesting embrace. Let's put it that way. An interesting embrace. And some people say it is a quote unquote deep fake, but the majority of the people seem to believe it is a real photo. I'm talking to people who really examine things of that nature. I would be curious to know whether it was real or fake. I've spoken to people who are familiar with it, and their take is that the photo that was swirling around social media is in fact real. I've gotten no absolute confirmation one way or the other. KDS here says, I'm behind and watching Tim talk to Karen Reed is guilty. This is fascinating. This is exactly what's happening in the jury room. Look, there is a silent minority or majority of people that do believe Karen Reed is guilty. And they have been, I think, intimidated for a large part, not wanting to speak publicly. But in the last 2 days at the Norfolk County Courthouse, you have seen people who are of the belief that Karen Reed is guilty now demonstrating. They've gotten a little more vocal. So we're truly seeing both sides here. Tim spoke to the people in quote unquote blue. They are the ones who are pro-Commonwealth. We don't know what's going on inside that jury deliberation room. I can see Tim is back. I'm going to go to him and see what else he's got to say. Here we go. Wish it wasn't a Monday, so I was more awake, but let me check in with Tim. Tim Jansen, you're back live on STS. Where are you? How are you? Tim, do you have us?
Can I send you hold on. I got to take my AirPods out and then put them in, I think. Can you see me?
Yeah, I can.
I got you now. I got you. I just ran into Turtle Boy. I talked to him for a minute, and he wants to go on the show. And I said, well, you got to work that out with Joel. Not today, not now. He didn't want to go on now.
Yeah. All right,
I tried
everyone.
to talk to him, but he didn't really want to talk much.
Everyone wants to be on STS. It's the show of record, baby. TB himself wants to get on.
A couple more people now going to be on your show.
Tim, how is he looking? Is he looking a little nervous, TB?
No, he's standing where the lawyers come out. Shirt on. And he kind of knows surety. And I don't know if he's getting ready to go on. But we'll see. There seems to be some activity coming where the lawyers are. I don't know if they're going to come out of court. I'm going to get down here and see if I can get a live shot of them walking.
I know, like that's why I was
It seems like the police are gathering. Maybe they're something's going to happen.
All right. Well,
the Turtle Boy, he's hanging out by where the lawyers will walk. And it seems to be a lot of movement.
What's like the general feeling there? Is it like tension? Are people nervous ahead of this verdict?
We got activity. We got lawyers moving. They're coming out. I'm going to see if I can get a cop. Here, come here. Let's see.
We are live outside. Live outside the Norfolk County Courthouse. Tim Jansen is our reporter on the ground. A historic moment here. Tim reporting. He is saying that there is activity. You can hear some sirens in the background. Tim is on the move, literally and figuratively.
Here comes Karen Reed.
Karen Reed.
Karen.
Karen Reed.
And there's Alan Jackson. Alan's walking in. Karen's walking in.
I wonder what's going on if they're walking in.
Under heavy. Kevin Karen Mouth, thank you to the crowd. Heavy security here. Here comes Yannetti. Mr. Yannetti, wave to the camera. You got Mr. Yannetti waving to the camera. Did you get that?
We did. Tim is doing an amazing job here. Tim, what is going on? Do you think we have a verdict? Why are people running inside?
I don't know if it's a verdict, but they're going back to the courthouse, and it's not lunchtime.
No.
So maybe there's a question. Maybe there's a question.
It is 10:42 Eastern Time, 10:42 in Dedham, Massachusetts.
Here comes Karen Reed's father.
Karen Reed's father is walking in. Tim giving us on-the-ground reporting. A historic moment here. More of this to come for STS, where we're live at trials, but this is first for us, live action. Tim Jansen reporting. He has gone dark for some reason. I'm not sure why. I'm going to bounce him out till he's back. But there appears to be movement at the Norfolk County Courthouse, and the lawyers are headed in. The lawyers are headed in, apparently, according to Tim. So we are trying to figure out what is going on. And I'm going to let you know as soon as I find out. We are watching this all together as one big happy family here. Here we go. The jury has a question, and that is why people are going in. Tim, I'm getting confirmation that the jury does, in fact, have a question. We need to leave that fan up, guys. Yeah. The jury does have a question, Tim.
I think that's what it was.
All right.
It was
Tim, we're gonna stand tight. We're gonna go inside the courthouse, Tim. I'm gonna just mute you for a second. Gonna keep your picture up, and we're gonna wait for this question.
Let me know what the question.
Yeah, Tim, as soon as we know something, I'll let you know.
Jury has a question.
This is high drama here, ladies and gentlemen. This is day 5 of deliberations. A Boston police officer was killed back on January 29th, 2022. The circumstances of his death is really what's being decided upon here. Was it Karen Reed who hit him, or was it something untoward? Was it a cover-up by law enforcement who he was out, other law enforcement officers who he was out with that night? Tim Jansen, STS senior national correspondent, he's on the ground at the Norfolk County Courthouse, and we are watching the fans spin as we wait here to see what this jury question is. I'm going to take Tim off of mute here. I had him muted because I don't want the ambient sound. The minute we see the fan go down, I'm going to mute Tim back up. Tim Jansen, what kind of question could they have on day 5?
Well, I wonder if the question's something to do with jury instructions, but we'll see. I'll be curious to see what the question is. They could also tell you whether or not they got a lone holdout, or if they're completely need to start the whole evidence again. And sometimes you get good questions. Sometimes you get questions like, what is going on in that room?
Ida Shaw is telling you to tell everyone there to tune into STS. That's a great idea. But Tim Jansen, what do you mean to start? Like, would they redo? If they would restart? You mean go back to square one and look at the evidence all over again? Is that what you're suggesting?
Sometimes juries do that. They'll start and reevaluate everything. I think we're past that point after the 5th day, but maybe there's a misunderstanding or a difference between a couple jurors, and you just don't know. We're just guessing right now. But it was good to
we
see
are
the players. I was 2 feet from Karen and the lawyers. Got a wave by Yannetti.
Yeah. Tim, how
Kind of surreal.
how does Karen look? How does she look today? She look nervous? Does she look confident?
She had a smile, and she looked over and said thank you to everybody. So I haven't seen her in person before. That's the first time.
Wow.
But
by the way, I did not know. Happy Canada Day to all Canadians in the chat. We love our neighbors to the north. I did not know it was Canada Day, but happy Canada Day. I'm going to have a Canada Dry ginger ale, which I have in my fridge at home in order to celebrate. We are watching the fans spin here. We still don't know what is going on.
Right. Yeah, so I'm trying to get the producer to come closer so she can see the team when they come back after the jury question. This seems to be, I got a pretty good location. I'll be able to see the lawyers come in and Karen come out. I'm going to paint towards all the bicycle cops that form a barricade on this road. I'm going to turn to it now.
Okay.
So they cross this street. It's like a main street here in Dedham. And the cops just do a bicycle thing and they walk right through and they're in this, I think it's a church that they've rented out that they're staying in.
That's what I've heard. Yeah, that they're in a church across the street.
Right across the street. It's a beautiful building. Great location.
We are
so
we are going to go ahead, Tim.
I think the question will be short. The response will be short, but we can glean a lot from the question, and then we can discuss it. But I'm curious to see if you're getting word that the jury's in the courtroom yet.
Not yet. It could also be them telling Judge Beverly Cannoni we just can't come to any kind of agreement on this. We don't know. Here we go, Tim. I'm going to mute you.
You are unmuted.
You're back on the record on the Karen Reed, Your Honor. We've got a question from the jury.
All right. So, Mr. Lally, I'd like to hear from the Commonwealth first about doing thorough deliberations.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last one.
I'd like to hear from the Commonwealth first about your view on whether the jury has conducted due and thorough deliberations.
Your Honor, while I understand that they have been at this for a while, I would submit that they have not, and I would ask the court not to make such a finding. Reasons for that, Your Honor, this jury heard, I believe, about 29 days or so of testimony, 657 different exhibits marked as evidence, 74 different witnesses who testified before them. And while I believe they've been out for somewhere in the vicinity of 22 or 23 hours, what I would submit to the court based on all of that, as well as the complexity of the issues presented to them, they really haven't even had 1 hour of deliberation equivalent to 1 day of testimony, to each of the days of testimony that they've heard. So while they have been at it for a while, I would submit that based on the evidence and testimony and witnesses and the complexity of issues in this case, I would submit that they have not done a thorough deliberation up to this point.
Ms. Giannetti?
Our view is that it's time for Tui Rodriguez. They've come back now twice, indicating essentially that they're hopelessly deadlocked. The content of this latest message is that they have been over all the evidence. Previous message said that they did an exhaustive review. This time they said that they have fundamental disagreements about what the evidence means, and it's a matter of opinion. It's not a matter of lack of understanding. This court, when you sent the jury out, encouraged them not to take a straw vote, encouraged them to go over all the evidence in a very methodical manner. I think all indications are that they've done that, and this is what Tui Rodriguez is for. We asked the court to get it.
Yeah. All right. I think this has been an extraordinary jury. I've never seen a note like this, reporting to be at an impasse. I do find that they're now, with the additional time that they went out without coming back Friday saying that they were deadlocked, is due in thorough deliberation. So I'm going to give Tui Rodriguez. So are they ready to come in, Jody? So why don't I take a recess?
Take a recess, please.
All rise.
And then Nancy.
Tim Jansen, can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, I can hear you fine.
It was not a jury question. It is that they are still, as David Yannetti just said, hopelessly deadlocked, and that they want to invoke the Rodriguez charge, which is the Allen charge in Massachusetts. People are asking, can you just explain what that is, Tim? It's called the Dewey Rodriguez charge in Massachusetts.
It is. Tui Rodriguez, it's the same as the Allen charge in most other jurisdictions, especially in federal court. It's where the judge instructs the jury, basically, hey, you need to come to a verdict. No one could try this case better than it is. No one's going to give more evidence. You need to really reach down and see if you can come up with a verdict. Don't discard, but maybe rethink your view and then see if you can reach a verdict. So a lot of times they do come back with a verdict. And it sounds like this jury is not going to come back with a verdict. He said they're vehemently deadlocked. There's no hope. And even the judge admitted she gave him extra time. And she's never seen a note from a jury like this. It seems like it's going to be a hung jury.
David Yannetti said, of course, the Commonwealth here was asking for them to keep going on. It is called the Tui Rodriguez. I'll put it up here. Annie Oakley was kind enough to spell it out for everybody. That's Tuey Rodriguez. That is the equivalent of an Allen charge, where the judge basically says, look, you're going to go back and you're going to try one last time. Adam Lally with the Commonwealth basically said, look, it was 29 days of testimony. I understand they've been in there for a while, but it hasn't been long enough. David Yannetti said, and I quote here, there are fundamental agreements, and it is time for the Tui Rodriguez charge, to which Judge Beverly Cannoni agreed. She agreed with the defense. She said that they have been due and thorough deliberations and that she's now going to give them the Tui Rodriguez charge after a short break here. Tim, how much longer? I mean, lunchtime is in an hour. Do you think they could just come back at lunch and say, hey, we can't decide, and that's it?
Maybe.
Or
it looks like the security perimeter is coming up again. So maybe the lawyers are coming back out with Karen. I would have thought that she would have done the Rodriguez charge before she let them go, but we'll see. I don't know. Looks like they're going to be coming out any minute.
Wow. Jay Bones here says there's no way the Commonwealth and Adam Lally are not going to retry this case again. Do you agree with that if it is a hung jury, Tim?
I disagree with that, especially if he finds out it was 11-1 or 10-2, not guilty. And depending on what the federal investigation does. The federal investigation might have some action now that they've had some testimony of people under oath. So I would not say that's necessarily true.
It is known as the dynamite charge. Tim Jansen, when the judge issues this Tui Rodriguez charge, is there any kind of time frame on it, or she just says you go back to deliberating, you've got to try one last time? Does she say you have to, try for 2 hours or 3 hours? There's no time. There's no time parameters on it, correct?
No, there's no time, but before she can declare a mistrial, she has to give the Rodriguez charge to the jury. So once she gives this Rodriguez charge to the jury comes back at the end of the day and says, we're hopelessly deadlocked. I think then she can legally declare a mistrial.
All right. You're hearing this from Tim Jansen. He's on the ground there at the Norfolk County Courthouse. Tim, did you say that, by the way, people are taking guesses here, 11-1. We have no idea how many jurors are leaning one way or the other. All of that would be complete speculation. Lindsay Shea, of course, the person getting lost in all this is Officer John O'Keefe. It looks like he may not be getting justice one way or the other, and this might drag on. Tim Jansen, what about the security issue? We've got pro Karen Reed, anti Karen Reed. We saw you speak to both sides. Does it look like there's a beefed up security presence in case this is a hung jury?
Well, they're beefing up the security where the lawyers and Karen Reed are going to walk through. I didn't see any. There's not a lot of security really about the groups where there are some law enforcement, but most of the security is at the courthouse and protecting the participants. Now, the police officer, they are on bicycle, so they could rapidly mobilize and get to the an incident occurs.
Tim, Britt K has a question for you. There's some questions coming in now. And by the way, we picked up another 1,000 viewers, so we're up over 3,000. If you like the show, please subscribe. Please hit the like button. If you hate it, do it twice as fast. Britt K, for Tim. Tim, if this is a hung jury, how long, in theory, does the prosecution have to decide if they're going to retry?
Well, the judge will probably have them come back in 30 days and decide if they're going to retry the case. Let both parties get together. See, jurors can contact the prosecution, contact the defense. It's up to the prosecution, though, really. And I guess the elected district attorney will make that decision. But I think he'd be prudent to wait until he got word from the jury or a juror what the breakdown was. Right? You want to see how strong or weak your case is. And if this is the best case they got, and they had 11-1 or 10-2 against, they might want to rethink it.
How soon do they poll the jurors? Is that something that's done today?
They're not going to poll the juror. They don't poll jurors unless you have a verdict, and then each side can ask the jury to be polled, and all they say is that your verdict, and they'll say yes or no, and most of them will say yes. So they're not going to ask the jurors
how about if it's hung,
on a hung
if
juror. No, they don't. They do not ask them that. They don't ask the breakdown. That's going to have to come from a juror reaching out to one of the sides or going public.
Really? So they can't request that. If it's a hung jury, they can't go to the jurors and ask?
No, the court will not. The court will just declare a mistrial.
Wow. Tim, by the way, in case you missed it, judge says she's never seen a note like this from the jury. The jury deadlocked. They're taking a recess and bringing the jury in to explain the Tui Rodriguez charge. What do you think that means, that the judge has never seen a note like this? What do you read into that?
That means she knows they're deadlocked, and she is now legally going through the procedures to declare a mistrial. She has to give the Rodriguez charge, and then if they come back a couple hours later or at the end of the day, this could be the end of this trial.
Miss Cece is asking, what was the question? It wasn't a question. It was really a statement that they are hopelessly deadlocked at this point. They cannot come to a decision. It looks like we are headed to we're watching the ceiling fan again, but it looks like we are headed toward a hung jury in this trial. There's still going to be issued what is known as the Tui, T as in Tom, UEY Rodriguez charge, which is the same as an Allen charge in many other states, which is where the judge instructs them. It's kind of a formality in a way to give it one last shot. It doesn't sound like this jury is going to come up with a verdict in this case. David Yannetti himself just said, we quote unquote have fundamental disagreement. So she's going to nevertheless tell the jurors to go and try it again. And if they can't come to a decision fairly soon, it looks like this trial, after 9+ weeks and I think over 70 witnesses in total, is going to end in a hung jury, a deadlock jury that could not come up with a verdict. And sounds, depending on how the jury breakdown is on whoever was voting guilty or not guilty, the Commonwealth could retry this case again, which means we could be going through this entire thing one more time. And Caro is breaking it down for us. Come back a second time. Annie Oakley, Tim, does she have to send them back 3 times total? Is there a certain number?
No.
Okay.
She has to do it one time. She could do it another time if she thinks it's fruitful. But when she saw that note, the way she read the note, she realizes over the objection of the Commonwealth that she had to give the Rodriguez because this is futile.
And then Charnay in South Africa is asking, because they're used to this in South Africa, if the prosecution, if it could be potentially a bench trial, how would you ever get a bench trial in a case like this? It has to come from the defendant?
Both parties would have to agree in Florida. I have to look at the law in Massachusetts, but I do not see the defense ever agreeing to a bench trial.
Paranormal girl wants to know, Tim, if it looks like there could be any trouble outside with a hung jury coming back, or if people are going to be civil.
Now, this is not the crowd you're thinking of. This isn't the protesters we've seen on TV and at political events. These are just regular people who have somewhat watched this or know the people or live here. I don't think there's going to be any violence at all. And I think at this point, I think people are kind of expecting a hung jury.
Kind of crazy. Everyone's going to have their take. Unda here says there will not be a new trial. I'm not so sure about that. And look, Venus Gal saying maybe it was 9-3 for guilt. We have no idea. It could go any which way of a bazillion different ways. Ida Shaw says, even if it's a 50-50 split, it's bad for the CW. Yeah, I mean, they didn't win their case. But then again, either did the defense. Sarah's checking us out from South Africa. Have the lawyers, they have not come back out, right, Tim? Because we're waiting for a short break. Okay.
Yeah,
so
I think they're going to be a short break, and then I think they're going to do the Rodriguez. Now, the Rodriguez charge will take less than 5 minutes. It's probably about 3 paragraphs that the judge will read. So that's not going to be lengthy.
And we're going to get that momentarily. And it looks like we're about to get some action. Tim, I'm just going to mute you. The fan is moving.
Okay.
Here we go, everyone.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
All right. So, jurors, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Cannoni, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind. The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this admission and the implications it holds. So, Mr. Foreman and members of the jury, I have an instruction for you. Our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal method for deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking in all cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained, nor is it expected. The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely an acquiescence in the conclusions of the other jurors. Still, in order to bring 12 minds to a unanimous result, you must examine the issues you have to decide with candor and with a proper regard and respect for each other's opinions. You should consider that it is desirable that this case be decided. You have been selected in the same manner and from the same source as any future jury would be selected. There is no reason to suppose that this case will ever be submitted to 12 persons who are more intelligent, more impartial, or more competent to decide it than you are, or that more or clearer evidence will be produced at another trial. With all this in mind, it is your duty to decide this case if you can do so conscientiously. In order to make a decision more attainable, the law always imposes the burden of proof on the Commonwealth to establish every essential element of each indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are left with a reasonable doubt as to any essential element of any indictment, then the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be found not guilty on that indictment. In conferring together, you ought to give proper respect to each other's opinions and listen with an open mind to each other's arguments. Where there is disagreement, those jurors who would find the defendant not guilty should consider whether the doubt in their own minds is a reasonable one, if it makes no impression upon the minds of the other jurors who are equally honest and equally intelligent, who have heard the same evidence with the same attention, who have an equal desire to arrive at the truth, and who have taken the same oath as jurors. At the same time, those jurors who would find the defendant guilty ought seriously to ask themselves whether they may not reasonably doubt the correctness of their judgment if it is not shared by other members of the jury. They should ask themselves whether they should distrust the weight or sufficiency of the evidence if it has failed to convince the minds of their fellow jurors beyond a reasonable doubt. I will now ask you, Mr. Foreman, and members of the jury to return to your deliberations with these instructions in mind. And as with my final instructions and the supplemental instructions I sent in, I will send in a copy of this charge as well. All right, so may that be marked, Madam Court Reporter, please. All right, so thank you. We'll send you folks back out to deliberate.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
You are muted. Goodbye.
Hey, Tim Jansen.
I'm here.
So we just saw it live. The judge invoking the Tui Rodriguez charge, telling the jurors to give it one last shot.
Right.
Christina Rex put out part of the note. I'm going to read it to you here, Tim. This is the note from the jurors. This is part of the note. It says, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinion and state of mind. Consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this admission and the implications it holds. What do you make of that? This sounds like it was written by a lawyer, by the way, but what do you make of the note?
Oh, it's clear that it's a hung jury, and the Rodriguez, there's language in there that leads one to think that the people who they haven't proven the case, you should find them not guilty, which is good language. But invariably, sometimes jurors then come back with a guilty on these challenges. So it goes both ways, even though the language seems favorable to the defense. But we'll see. That note clearly said there's no consensus.
Yeah, Montag here. This is misinformation. I'm just pointing it out. He's saying planted jurors, not guilty, obvious. This is the problem with a case that's heated like this is no one was planted here. I refuse to believe that. Misdemeanor saying it could be a 6-6 split. The issue here is going to be to see the reaction. I'm curious if people are going to respect these jurors or if some of the more vocal people are now going to target jurors. That would be a real shame. I really hope that doesn't happen. We had a tight shot of Peg O'Keefe, the mother of John O'Keefe, Tim Jansen. She was wiping her nose. It didn't look like she was crying, but she just looks like she's beyond tired and exhausted. What do you think the family's going through right now? How hard is it? You've been in these situations with a hung jury and the victims' families. What are they going through?
Yep. It's tough on juries, and especially when you have a hung jury. I got to give the judge credit. I think the judge did the right thing by making them come back over the weekend, getting a fresh start. And now when she got this note, I think she made the right call. I think that it's clearly they're not going to get a verdict. I don't think anything's going to change between now and 2 hours ago. If you listen to that instruction, the Rodriguez instruction, nothing there makes them believe that they're going to get a verdict. So we got movement coming here now. We got all the so all the camera feeds, national media are all coming. And I foresee that we're going to see the lawyers teams come out and Ms. Reed come out and go back, and then they'll be waiting for the last minute jury.
Ted Daniel, who's been doing excellent coverage of this. I think he's with the Fox station in Boston. Very decorated and award-winning reporter. He writes in his tweet, Judge Canoni giving the jury Tui Rodriguez instructions, or dynamite charge, as it is called, after jury indicates they are, quote-unquote, deeply divided and have, quote-unquote, fundamental differences, and a, quote-unquote, census is unattainable. The clerk told me the judge will declare a mistrial if they come back again after this without a verdict. So if there's no verdict, they will come back. The jury note, again, Tim, the wording of this note, it's obviously written by someone highly intelligent and educated and could almost sound like an attorney. I'll read it again. It says, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us. And by the way, keep in mind the foreperson is retired law enforcement. This sounds like it could be written by law enforcement. This person writes on behalf of the jurors, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinion and state of mind. Consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this mission and the
defense
implications.
team coming in now. And here comes the defense team with some big security, Alan Jackson. And here comes Karen.
Which way are they headed now?
They're heading back into the building they rented.
Okay.
And they're going back in. And you can hear the crowd screaming in their favor. Lots of media have run out from the courthouse to see the people walk in.
You guys are watching live coverage of what could soon be a hung jury in the Karen Reed trial, coming to you from Dedham, Mass. We've got our criminal defense attorney and international correspondent, Tim Jansen, on the ground. And now there's chance to free Karen Reed. Let's listen in for 1 minute.
Now they're very vocal, Joel. Very organized, very calm.
Yeah.
They're not just regular people. These are not agitators. These are regular people that just have a strong feeling about this case.
Tim, we're getting a better vantage point from here.
violence.
Has the crowd grown? It looks bigger from this angle than it did earlier.
It has grown from this morning. I don't know if because the 4th of July is coming, but it looks like a bigger crowd. Everybody seems very calm and collected. It's a nice day today, although storm clouds look to be coming in. We'll see what happens if it rains. But everybody seems to be very, very nice and calm. So I take it the jury
Tim,
she might give them a couple hours. If they come back in their deadlock, then she's going to bring them in by 5 and probably declare a mistrial, hung jury. That's all she's done. Legally, she's done what she's required to give the Rodriguez charge.
Lunch is
when Alan Jackson walked by.
Go ahead.
When Alan walked by, a media yelled at him, and I think he was responding to the judge and said the judge did a good job. So he agrees. The judge did the right thing. I mean, she had no other option to do but give the Rodriguez charge at this point. Now, the Commonwealth probably wants him to deliberate till next September, but that doesn't mean that he's ever going to get a verdict.
Right. Here's another question, Tim, from J.R. Cuber. Are they hung on all three charges? How will we know? They have to come to a decision on the first charge, correct? Before considering
They
the
are
lesser
hung.
charges.
No, if they said they had a verdict on some charges, they would have informed the judge. It looks like they have no verdict on any of the charges. If they would have said, Judge, we reached a verdict on some of the charges, but not all, she then would have said, okay, I'm going to take the verdict of what you have. But when they said they got no consensus, that means they don't have a verdict. That means it'll be a hung jury.
Cheswick with a super chat saying, ask Tim about the chances of a venue change if retried.
I do not think there's going to be a venue change. It doesn't sound like, unless there's some jury problem that's uncovered after this mistrial, they may then try to get a venue change. But I don't think it's likely right now unless there's more evidence or new evidence.
And Tim, it's 11:17 where you and I are on the East Coast at the Norfolk County Courthouse. Do you think lunch is typically at 1? Do you think that they will sit there and go till 1 o'clock and then let the judge know they still haven't reached a decision and then it's game over from there, or what? Or do they have
I think
to go
they'll
the rest
have
of the day?
lunch. I think they're here already. I think they're going to take this serious. Whoever the holdouts are, they may be saying, hey, did you hear that Allen charge? You should reconsider. And I think by 3 o'clock, maybe 3:30, they might send a note back to the judge with still deadlock. I think she brings them in like 4 o'clock, and I think we'll have a mistrial at 4:30 today. That's my guess.
What time did you say? I'm sorry, Tim.
4:30, I think we'll have a hung jury.
4:30, everyone. So we could be doing this. By the way, we're supposed to be doing a wrap-up show, I believe, at 4 p.m. today. I'm going to have to get with the COE, and we're going to have to set that up for you all for the wrap-up show. And we will keep you guys informed of what's going on. Right now, Tim is just on the ground here at the Norfolk County Courthouse, which is amazing because we're seeing what's going on in real time on this historic day where it looks like we could get a hung jury in this case. Tim, set the stage. Is everyone just, what are people saying to each other right now? I mean, is there like a quiet buzz going on?
Sparkle, what do you think of what's going on out here? Tell him.
That's the COE.
What do you think of the people out here? Speak louder.
Everybody is so nice and pathetic. They really are the people that we've been talking to.
Right. They're nice people. These aren't agitators. These are nice people.
That is
nice. And
Tim's
Margot says they're all
DOE.
nice.
Tim Jansen, someone is asking if Michael Proctor will still be terminated. Tim, do you think this has any impact on Michael Proctor's future?
I'm sorry. I would think that he might be terminated after this. Well, you know what? They're going to wait and see if they get a hung jury and they got to retry it. They're going to have to bring Proctor back. So they probably don't want to terminate him if they got to bring him back as a witness. It would really look bad if he's terminated. So he may hold on to his job if they get up. He might be praying for a hung jury because he might keep his job longer.
Wow. There you go. That's interesting. I didn't think about that, but that's a great point. They are going to have to bring him back as a witness unless there's a way around it. So maybe Michael Proctor does keep his job. We don't know.
Here we go. We got people here talking about reasonable doubt.
You don't have to think that she's not guilty.
Right. So the Rodriguez charge they gave, it's usually called the Allen charge in federal court. It really said, if you don't prove beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find her not guilty. It kind of leans towards not guilty. But you know what? A lot of jurors come back right after that and come back guilty. And you never know. I mean, you think that instruction was favorable to the defense, right? Well, we hope. Yeah. Well, you know, jurors try to do the right thing. They really do.
Like Jackson said, this is the biggest job, biggest decision.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, there's questions here, Joel. Why were the McAlberts allowed to go back in after they testified, knowing that this case has been an allegation of some corruption and some influence? But I don't know.
They were
Supposed to be open to the
apparently,
public.
yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I think that it's a public courtroom. They had testified. And I think the O'Keefes may have even invited them. Tim, Abby is asking, what if Proctor is under federal indictment by the time there's a retrial? What would that mean for him as a witness?
This is a good question. They want to know about Proctor. How soon will he get fired? Well, Proctor's probably praying for a hung jury, right? Because he keeps his job, because they might have to try it again and bring him back. So the feds might intercede and end up charging Proctor and some other people, which could throw this case wide open to what the people here firmly believe was not on the up and up.
And Tim, again, the other Karen is asking, will there be a jury poll in a hung jury? You said no.
No. Now, if the jury comes back hung, they will not ask the jurors what the split of the vote is. They're not going to ask them how they voted. They're just going to say, we cannot reach a verdict. And then the judge will declare a mistrial. If there's a guilty verdict or a not guilty, then they will poll each juror to make sure that's their vote. But on a hung jury or a mistrial, they will not ask the juror. I hope a juror will come outside and talk to the public, let them know what took place in the jury room.
We're going to see if that happens. That's going to have to be
I predict the judge did what she had to do. She had to give that charge. I believe after that note, there'll be a hung jury by 4:30 today. I think they'll come back in today and say they can't make a verdict, and she's going to release it.
Tim, Jessica Souza is saying, it sounds like from the juror note that they're voting with emotions, not the facts of the case. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. A lot of people think some of the jurors might be intimidated by the family, and that's why they're afraid to vote not guilty when the evidence is calling for it. Canton's a small community. These people are in law enforcement, family, friends, their kids are friends. So it goes both ways. They're saying they're being intimidated, but now you have jurors that could be intimidated on the same perspective. But the people here are really nice, calm. They're spending their time here. They believe in the justice system, which is great because everybody deserves a fair trial. No one's below the law or above the law. But this case just has stench all over it.
For those who are just joining, it is day 5 of jury deliberations.
Yeah. Yeah. You know why? Because people lie and science doesn't.
You're right.
Anybody that has a dog or animals, you know that car did not cause those injuries. Some animal did. Now, we don't know if it was a dog, a wolf, or something came by later, but it was something. It could have been a dog. Yeah, that tail light didn't cause that. No, it's crazy. It's just crazy. Yeah. It's a YouTube. We're doing live. Surviving and Survivor. Yeah. So the normal people here ask normal questions, look at the thing and say, that doesn't fit. What is this jury doing? What are they saying about the taillight? What are they saying about the injuries? They're not consistent with getting hit by a car. More like he got in a fist fight, got knocked down the stairs, was killed, and then they said, oh shit, what are we gonna do now? And we kind of know what they did now. And it doesn't take the whole police force to cause a conspiracy. If you got a couple witnesses, you got a lead investigator who didn't do his job, who's friends with the people, it could cause all these things to happen, and the puzzle doesn't fit.
Hey, Tim.
Yeah.
What do you think the chances are of actually hearing from a juror today? What do you think?
I don't know. I hope a juror will come out, one that will be disgusted if it was like 10-2 or 11-1 not guilty, and say that this is a not guilty, but one juror would not deliberate, close their hands and arms and just would sit there. That sounds like what is happening. someone is saying, I am not going to vote not guilty.
Mm.
It's got to be, right?
We're gonna hopefully get some answers today. Tim is saying, I'm just gonna mute Tim for a sec. Tim is saying that he believes that this could come back as a hung jury around 4:30 today. It could happen sooner than that. It could happen sooner than that. So we just don't know. Tim is on scene here speaking to people who believe in the free Karen Reed movement. Hang on one sec, Tim. I just had to mute. Go ahead, Tim.
Okay, go ahead. All these people here are bringing up valid points of evidence that undermine the Commonwealth's case. And we've got no answers from the Commonwealth. We got a what could have happened, what might have happened. And then he focused on this alleged confession, which really wasn't a confession. It was a question, really. So, if these people were on the jury, I can tell you what the verdict would be.
Jen Christie brings up a good point. We just don't know who's voting which way here. We're going to hopefully find out at some point.
We don't.
Tim Jansen, what about, someone asked earlier, what about a potential venue change? It's going to be hard to try this. And this is questions coming right up from LA Not So Confidential. If they recharge her, do you think there's an argument to change locations for the trial?
I don't know if the judge would agree to change the venue. I don't know if the judge would agree to recuse herself from this trial. She might, if it's a retrial. I don't know about what venue they would change it to. You really need a community equal size. Yeah. Springfield. Someone said Springfield, Hamden County. I don't know where that is, but Western.
Tim Jansen.
Might be
Springfield
better.
is where the Basketball Hall of Fame is, in Springfield, Massachusetts.
Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
The peach, the peach bucket or something? Yeah. So I got a great spot here in the shade with some really nice people. Great questions.
All right. We are basically in waiting mode here with the waiting for the jurors to continue deliberations after what is known as the Tui Rodriguez charge has been invoked by the judge. I just muted Tim for a second so I can get this out. But for those just joining, it is day 5 of deliberations, 4th full day of deliberations. The jury gave the judge a note basically saying we are hopelessly deadlocked, in so many words, very eloquently written. The judge said that she has never seen a note quite like this one. After that, she did invoke the what is known as the Tui Rodriguez charge, otherwise known as the dynamite charge, otherwise known as the Allen charge in other jurisdictions, basically saying, give it one more go. And that is what the jurors are doing today. Right now, they're giving it one more go. But from the sounds of it, it sure doesn't sound like they're on the same page or even close. Again, we don't have any kind of breakdown, whether it's X amount not guilty, X amount guilty. We have all that would be pure speculation. Tim also told us they are not going to be polling a jury with a not guilty verdict. So they won't poll the jurors, and we still won't know unless jurors come out and speak. And there is a chance that a juror will take the microphone after court today. I don't know how likely that is. There's obviously a lot of factors involved with speaking publicly in this case, with all the tension that has been surrounding it. So I'm not sure how eager or not eager a potential juror would be to come out and speak publicly to the media after this. But right now, it sure seems like we are. It sure seems like we are headed toward a hung jury in this case. And the betting odds are that the Commonwealth would retry this unless they do find out that it was totally not in their favor. But let's say it's a 6-6 split, then it is likely that we are going to get a retrial of this case. Let's go back to Tim. Tim, the feeling? Yeah.
See the car here? They got feds are watching. Free Karen Reed. So we got a lot of people
Yeah.
with shirts on that were made and Karen Reed
Tim,
fans.
is that a house behind you over your left shoulder? That white thing, is that a house? Right, I think you're looking right at.
It is a house.
Wow, right there in the middle. It's a pretty looking house. And then is the church behind you where Yannetti and
That's
Jackson?
the church right behind me. You see the church?
Yeah, that's where they're hanging out, the defense.
Well, they're right there. They're right next to the church.
Are they in their cars or are they inside?
They're inside. No, they've rented
Okay.
the place. They've been there all week.
Okay.
They got a nice digs there.
By the way, in
Nice.
some weather news, we've got Hurricane Beryl. It is hurricane season. This is, I think, the second named storm of the season. And there is talk that this thing is going to barrel into Texas, potentially as a Category 5. So we cover weather here as well. I'll have to get my friend Matt Brode, the chief meteorologist in Tucson, Arizona. But everyone, please prepare for what could be a horrific hurricane heading towards Texas as the COE, myself, and Carm sit squarely in the cone of uncertainty for every other hurricane. Hopefully this one doesn't take a turn toward us, so not be good. But taking a turn toward anyone is not good. Twirly's mom wants to know, Tim Jansen's wearing he's wearing the OG STS hat. There are newer hats, and COE, this might be a good time to let everybody know where to get their STS swag. We haven't brought that up in quite a while. I don't even know where to get the STS swag. Yes, Joel, you said the judge gave the Rodriguez charge, the admonition. She just gave a short time ago the Tui Rodriguez charge, the dynamite charge. She has told them to keep deliberating, but they say that they are deadlocked, and we will more than likely, get a hung jury at some point today. We'll be coming to you live. Have to get with Steve Cohen and the COE on this at 4 or 5 today with a full.
She's taking care of it.
With
I
a
found
full.
we're selling shirts now, Joel.
There you go, Tim Jansen. We are live on air inside the outside,
So we got-
I should say, the courthouse.
Joel, we got a frenzy here. They're selling Turtle Boy shirts.
Well, let's.
Look at them all. Look at them all.
There we go.
I don't know if they're selling them or giving them away.
Capitalism in America. Capitalism in America. It looks like sharks feeding on fish.
Wow.
In the Atlantic.
That's crazy. They're all
Yeah.
for free Turtle Boy shirts.
It's going to be a collector's item at some point.
As an international media, I don't think I can get a Turtle Boy shirt.
No. Tim Jansen, I'm going to come right back to you in 1 second.
Okay.
I'm just looking here as Tim resituates. Someone brings up the point, this is not a sporting event. Someone's life is hanging in the balance. That is very true. I just want to see if I can get any information here as I take a look through social media here. This is the jury. I'm tweeting out the jury instruction right now. Sorry, I am tweeting out. If you want to follow me on Twitter, it's @podcaststs. I'm tweeting out the dynamite charge just read to the Karen Reed jurors. And I'm trying to get a little more information for everybody. So just be patient. Stand by one moment as we go through this. We are looking at that ceiling fan. Again, for those who are just coming in and trying to figure out what's going on, the judge has basically said that the jurors are at an impasse here. And she's given them the Tui Rodriguez charge, and the jury is now being sent back to deliberate one final time. That is where we stand right now. And so the drama is high as people are trying to figure out exactly what is going on. Let's go back to our Tim Jansen, senior national correspondent Tim Jansen. What's the latest, Tim?
Well, they got tailgates, and Turtle Boy gave out some free T-shirts and sweatshirts, and everybody grabbed them, and now he's taking photos with people. People are just milling around, really. Everybody's trying to find shade, and it's getting warm, but they're all waiting.
Ned Smith says, I'm a bit embarrassed. This is more of a kind of a party tailgate atmosphere than a criminal trial, which is the way things go in America, I guess.
Joe, people firmly believe the evidence that they saw, and a lot of these people live in this community. They truly believe something doesn't smell right with this trial, and they're here supporting justice. And on the other side, you got people they believe that Karen Reed did it. But it seems like all the anti-Karen Reed people have left.
Oh, really? The blue Karen readers, the guilties have left?
I don't see any more blue guilty people around.
Interesting. I'm looking at some questions here as well. What Tim, I mean, what's the basic mood, would you say, of the free Karen readers with this impending hung jury? Like, do they look angry,
I don't know.
upset,
Let me ask about it.
content?
What do you think about the jury not being able to reach a verdict?
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And I take it you're a supporter of Karen Reed and the evidence. Yeah. And so the judge just read a jury instruction that basically said, make a decision. No one could do it better than you guys. Get back to it. If you can't, let me know. Right?
Yep.
So it appears like they're on the verge of a mistrial, a hung jury.
He doesn't want that.
No, but nobody wants that. It's like a tie game. But what do you think these people like you will do if it's a hung jury and they got to decide whether to try it again?
Oh, they'll go crazy.
Yeah. Are you locally from here? Where are you from?
Oxford.
Mississippi? Oxford, Mississippi. Central Mass. And you came today have you been here a lot?
Nope.
Okay. What do you think of all this?
It's wild.
It is kind of wild. And also, a lot of normal people here that just want to see what's going on and support a not guilty verdict.
Tim, I'm watching you interview someone who gives one-word answers. That's always fun. Better you than me. Oh.
Yeah.
They're mainly here for the not guilty.
Yeah. I see all the blues have left. There was some over there. They all left. So, you plan on staying until a verdict or just for today?
No, I'm just going to be here for a couple hours.
Yeah, I got you. Well, nice town, Dedham, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It is nice. All right. Well, he was a man of few words, but he's here and he's supporting the not guilty.
There you go. It is now 11:40 Eastern Time, 11:40 in Dedham, Mass, where the Norfolk County Courthouse is, and looks like we are headed toward a hung jury in this trial. It's not 100% a done deal, but Judge Beverly Cannoni did give the dynamite charge, the so-called Tui Rodriguez charge, to ask them to try one more time. Typically, lunch is at 1 o'clock, and we're going to see if they go past lunch today. A guilty verdict could be coming soon, and we're going to have a full wrap-up. Tim Jansen is there. Tim, what's the crowd doing? Are they just hanging around now, waiting for some finality here?
Yeah, they're basically texting, doing games or whatever, just waiting for a verdict. Pretty calm. Everybody's trying to find shade. It's kind of warm. We got another not guilty shirt right here.
Yeah, you do.
How are you?
I am well, thank you.
Where are you from?
Falmouth. Okay.
Falmouth, beautiful. Love Falmouth. Nice town. Joel, you'll love Falmouth. It's a really great place. It's
Tim,
not, right?
is she discouraged by a potential hung jury here?
Are you discouraged that the jury can't reach a verdict?
No, I think they're working on it.
Yeah.
It's she's innocent
Yeah.
until
Right.
proven
Right.
guilty, and they haven't. The Commonwealth has not presented anything to make her guilty.
All right. Have you got her on the screen? Can you see her?
Yeah.
Can you see her
sure
now?
can.
Oh, you can see her now.
What
Sorry.
channel is this?
This is on at the podcast, Surviving the Survivor. There's several thousand people watching. So, Joe, when you make a lot of money, then you can move to Falmouth.
Yes. I'll move.
And if you win the lottery, you can move to Chatham.
There you go. I'm hoping for
You
both.
win
Hoping for both.
2 lotteries, you can go to Nantucket or Martha's Vineyard. So she gave him what's called the Rodriguez charge. That means you can't make a decision. You need to buckle up. This is your last chance to get a decision. This is the last thing the judge has to do before she declares a mistrial.
Yep.
A lot of times jurors come back guilty, and sometimes they don't come back. But it sounds like they're not going to reach a verdict by the note that the juror gave, right?
Mhm.
Did you hear the note?
I didn't hear the
Yeah.
note. I did hear her read.
Yeah.
The
So the judge said the note she got, she's never seen a note that way, that they will not be able to get a consensus. So it looks like you got strong allies on each side. So what do you think people will do when they get a hung jury and they got to retry this?
I don't think they're going to read.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Costs a lot of money to retry cases.
It's a lot of money. Witnesses wouldn't come back.
Yeah.
No, I
Yeah.
don't think it would be. Yeah.
Well, the state doesn't seem like it put more witnesses on evidence than they did.
But they just wanted to make her look bad.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
didn't show any evidence that she did this.
And what do you think about the defense's case?
Oh my gosh, that was an amazing case. They
Right.
had the best witnesses. How can you fight with science?
Science. You can't fight
You
science.
can't. You can't. Come on.
They say people lie, but science doesn't.
That's right.
Right.
And they were awesome witnesses, all of
Yeah.
them, the 3 of them. And then Lucky, the plow driver. Come on.
Yeah. Do you think that some of the jury just didn't like Karen or the way she presented herself,
could have
and
been.
they're refusing to vote not guilty?
It could have been.
Could have
Yeah,
been.
some people were saying that they didn't like they let one juror go the other day
Yeah.
because they didn't like the way she was smiling
Yeah,
or
yeah.
looking.
Jurors do, Joel. Jurors do watch defendants in trial, and they watch every movement they make. And like when you're sitting at an airport, you're looking at people. We don't consciously, but we unconsciously judge people by how they dress, how they walk, and what they do. Jurors do the same thing when a jury is deciding whether this person could have committed this crime.
Tim, by the way, I'm looking here on social, and someone just posted part of Massachusetts Criminal Procedure Rule 36, and it says that in Massachusetts you have 1 year from the day of a mistrial being declared to retry the case.
Okay.
So they would have to retry this. We're talking by next.
Survivor. A U-turn.
Talking about next July 1st, they would have to retry this case.
So if they get a hung jury, the Massachusetts law says they have to try it again within 1 year of today. So that's the law.
It's just still.
Hold on, I got another supporter here. She wants to go live on YouTube. Yeah. They got to try it within a year. There's no set time, but I would think they're going to wait and see if they can interview jurors. And they're going to want to find out what the breakdown was for guilty versus innocent. And if it's 11-1 not guilty, they're going to really have to rethink about retrying the case. But if it's like 6-6 or 8-4 to convict, they probably would retry it. Oh, yeah. Well, knowing the way this prosecutor is. Yeah. What do you think? They were saying, do you think they should change the venue? They can't get a trial here. What do you think?
You think they're going to let that happen?
Probably not. They're probably not going to move it to Springfield. So what do you think should happen? Right. Do you think a couple jurors on the jury may not just like Karen and that's why they're holding out. No, they're not. Right. 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 And you know, they say that, but then people form judgments all the time, right? And sometimes, yeah, they do.
They are going to hold it against
Right.
her.
Right. Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah. Well, the one thing we all know is that the car didn't cause those injuries. And if you start with that foundation, how could they find her guilty if the car didn't cause those injuries? I mean, I think the science defies the Commonwealth's case. Yeah, that's what everybody thinks. There's a holdout.
What are they thinking though? What could they find? What possibly make them think she's guilty? So they obviously don't believe in science.
Do you think that maybe if that juror lives in this community, there might be pressure for that jury to not vote not guilty? And if she voted not guilty, her or her family might be intimidated by some of the witnesses or families. Yeah. Right, right. Some of those people didn't come during the trial, but they showed up on closing argument. Well, after they testify, they could. Once you testify, you can, and you're released from your subpoena, you can come watch. Right, that's true. Once they're released, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Got a really smart person here. I don't know if she got a law degree, but she certainly knows the rules. She worked for a law firm.
There you go.
See?
Makes sense. Makes sense.
They're from Connecticut, Joe Biden's state, right? Got to look.
Delaware. Delaware.
Oh, he's from Delaware. That's right. Connecticut's got
Yeah. Close.
Connecticut's nice.
But no, close, but no cigar.
Connecticut Parkway's nice. I think I've driven that. So
Connecticut
what brought
is
you here
very
from
nice.
Connecticut? Oh, okay. It is, isn't it? Yeah, I know. I'm from Florida, so I've been doing analysis on the trial. I have a place up in Plymouth, so I said I'll come down and do live reporting. So that's why I'm here. So it's been interesting. I was I'm a criminal defense lawyer for 38 years, and I was a federal prosecutor for 5 years. And yeah, and I'm doing analysis on shows. I did for ABC. I did all the analysis on the Trump trial, and now I'm doing Surviving the Survivor. It's on YouTube. It's an up and coming channel. They do all law, big murder cases all over the country, and we analyze them.
So do you have an opinion or allowed to state your opinion on the federal investigation into this?
Oh, well,
Will something come of it?
well, the feds wouldn't knowingly investigate if they didn't think something was there. And it clearly means there's smoke. Now, if they find fire, my opinion is that after these people testified under oath, they may approach some of these people and see if they'll change their testimony and threaten them with perjury or some charges. And maybe we'll find out what really
Now
happened.
they can only charge them though on perjury charges from the federal region, right?
No.
If they perjure themselves,
They can charge obstruction of a civil right. Feds can prosecute violation of a civil rights, and they can charge them with obstruction of a civil rights investigation.
and do you think they are?
I would civil rights of the victim. Okay, not her civil rights. Right. Well, I don't know yet. We'll see. Possibly.
Roxanne A. We're going to be at the Grove in LA, August 15th to Roxanne A. August 15th at the Grove in Los Angeles.
Yeah. A lot of people can't understand why they're still deliberating. They just don't see the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. The
Yeah.
instruction that was just given by the judge basically said, if you can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt, you have to find her not guilty. And we'll see if that person or persons budges. And it doesn't seem like they are.
Hey, Tim,
Sometimes they
if there
get
is,
firmly in, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, if there is a retrial, sorry to cut you off, would it be Judge Beverly Canone? Is it typically the same judge?
Well, you know, this judge might recuse herself after this. In fact, she might retire after this trial. I don't think she's going to get great remarks for her work on this trial. And who knows if more bias will show up, that judge thinks maybe a different judge would be better for this trial. Judges don't like these kind of trials. because it's on TV and everything they do is scrutinized, and she's probably tired of it.
I think
Mm.
she's too emotional.
Yeah.
Because
So-
I know they're gonna be at deadlock and they're not gonna come.
But it looks like this jury is going to be out, I say, till 4:30, and they come back and the judge says it's a hung jury.
Tim Jansen.
Yes.
Tim, what are your lunch plans? You got to feed the wife.
I got to feed the wife. I got to take my lunch break now. So I got to find
All
a place
right.
to eat.
All right, let's.
So-
I'm gonna bounce you out. Let's see you. I'll
Okay.
be here when you get back. Okay.
Okay. All right. Take care, Joel.
Stellar,
All right.
stellar ground reporting, Tim.
Okay. Thanks. All right. Bye.
Thanks. So that was Tim Jansen. He's on the ground there in Dedham, Massachusetts, at the Norfolk County Courthouse. Again, for those just tuning in, it looks like we are headed swiftly toward a hung jury in this trial. The judge having to read the so-called dynamite charge, which in Massachusetts is officially known as the Tui Rodriguez charge, where she basically gives the jurors one last order to go and deliberate after they came back earlier today and said that they were deadlocked. Once again, they said that they basically cannot come to a conclusion. And so she has given them that final dynamite charge. They are deliberating again. Lunch is typically at 1 o'clock. We are going to be here watching this, staying on this. I'm going to be here in and out. Tim's going to grab a bite to eat. If it was real news, they would never let him do that, but I'm a nice guy, so I'm letting him eat. And we will be in Chicago, Jory Johnson, in 2 weeks on July 16th at a place called The Bookseller. The Bookseller in Chicago, July 16th. Hope to see you then. And yes, LA Not So Confidential. I better meet you there. The Grove on the 15th. Trying to work on a couple additional LA book signings, but look forward to seeing everybody out on the road. The kids will be with me in both Chicago and LA, so you get more bang for your buck. Six-Toed Pete telling Tim to avoid D&E Pizza in Canton, Mass. It's a little trip away, but all right, everybody, we are here. Thank you to Jay Bones, Painting and Apartment, got you on mobile listening. That's a good reminder that you can listen to podcasts, to the Surviving the Survivor podcast, anywhere you listen to podcasts, and the audio versions. When you listen to the audio, the Spotify's and all the other ones, Apple Podcasts, it helps us quite a bit. So if you're in mobile mode, please listen anywhere you find your podcast. 5 o'clock in Ireland, where both Agnes Goodwin and, of course, our longtime friend Black Witter reside. Huge shout out to the mods, Frankie Figs, Julie Frew, Gen X Granny, Copper Horse. The best name in all of the YouTubes is Shaquille Oatmeal. And I'm here. I'm just taking care of a few loose ends. We're keeping an eye on this, and we'll be right back with you in a few moments, everybody. What's up, STS Nation? How are you? It is 12:47 in Dedham, Massachusetts, at the Norfolk County Courthouse, and it's typically lunch at 1 o'clock. I'm curious to see what happens with these jurors over lunch, and we should find something out, I'm assuming, in the next few minutes. The COE, I did not, I just took my lunch, which was a non-fat yogurt and 2 hard-boiled eggs, which is going to keep me satisfied for another 9 seconds. I see this rumor mill here in full effect that it's 11 guilty to 1 not guilty. I don't know how anyone ever would know that unless they're in the jury room. Not a single person would know the answer to that unless there were the jurors. Not one, as Julie Frew is pointing out. So I would not speculate on which way the juries are voting until we hear from the jurors themselves. If we do, they have no obligation to speak to the media at all. Reading Jazzy Boop's message here. Joseph Newton, shout out to you. I don't think I've seen your name before, but Black Witter with the word diabolical. That's all I have to see. Ida Shaw, trials makes one an expert as much as standing in a church for hours makes one Catholic. That's a good point. I would agree. Did the Joel eat the COE's lunch? No. She did not. Hello, STS. Anxiously waiting, but would love to know the split. So would I. So I'm just wondering if before lunch we're going to find something out here. I have no idea. No one knows. No one knows what's going on in that jury room other than they are apparently deadlocked here. And that is it. So give me a couple minutes to collect myself as I just ran home. We are watching this together. Like I said, I'm wondering if we get some sort of something at 1 o'clock, and if the judge, Judge Beverly Cannoni, makes the jurors continue to deliberate through lunchtime. We will wait and see. Until then, stand by for a few minutes, and I will be right back. It is now 1:03, 3 minutes after the typical lunch hour, the Norfolk County Courthouse. As everyone knows by now, I think the jury has told the judge they are deadlocked at this point. They were given the Tui Rodriguez. They were read the Tui Rodriguez. I guess, direction by the judge, which basically forces them to go and try to deliberate a final time. Tim Jansen was telling me he thinks that the jurors could come back, late in the day, like the 4 o'clock hour, and just say, "Hey, we can't reach a verdict." I was thinking maybe they are going to say this at lunchtime again, that they're just unable to come to a verdict, and Judge Beverly Canoni would say, "Well, go home." But we're not at that point yet. What's interesting is it looks like they are continuing to at least give the appearance of being in deliberation mode. It is 1:05 now, and we will see. I was waiting for lunchtime to see if, in fact, we heard or saw anything. Nothing so far, but something could happen any moment. Stand by, stick around. I am here. assume you're always on camera, COE. I'm responding to some emails, and I'm looking at her name, Lindsay Hurst. I responded to her. She said, "There's no way this is Joel. It's got to be the COE." And I said the COE would be too lazy to respond to this, so it's me. And I took a selfie to prove to her that it was me responding. That is the entire story. I know people want to jump to conclusions, but I was sending Lindsay Hurst proof of response. It is 1:18. Oh, sorry. It's Lindsay. Sorry. It's 1:18. No word from the court. This could happen any moment. COE, can you please contact me immediately so we can figure out how we're going to do the 4:00 show? Thank you. I'm going to try you. I will mute myself, and I'll still leave myself up. Here's an interesting piece of information from Ted Daniel, a reporter covering this case. 31 minutes ago, he was inside the Superior Courthouse and said he missed the excitement. A prisoner escaped from the district courthouse across the street, and everyone started chasing him. And as he says, and I agree, you can't make this stuff up. So apparently there was a prisoner on the loose who was in court for some sort of hearing who they had to chase down. That happened 31 minutes ago. Just spoke to a reporter inside the courtroom. We do not know if the jurors are on lunch. They will not tell us. The reporters don't know. However, the court takes lunch from 1 to 2, so the judge is out of there. So I don't think we should expect anything during the lunch hour between 1 and 2. I do think it is very likely that after lunch here at the 2 o'clock hour, we're going to get, I think we're going to get something. So stick around, as they say, stay close, as they say, and hang tight. It's Monday. Thankfully, there's a holiday this week. I need it. Haven't really had time yet, but this is my studio reading material for when I get a break. Can you see that? Someone recommended this, and I'm going to read it because Fred won't shut the hell up whenever I eat anything. Goes crazy. COE opened up a little bag of pretzels last night in bed, and dude was sleeping on a pillow on the floor, and it was like I don't even know what happened. What's the word? He transported himself through the Chad Daybell portal and was on top of the COE in like 0.01 seconds. He heard the pretzel bag open and was literally in front of her within a fraction of a second. I don't know how to get him to shut the hell up. He just yaps and he looks at you and he's got these green eyes that are lopsided and wobbly. And I don't know. I'm a sucker. I give him like little treats, which I shouldn't be doing. And I don't know what the hell to do. So that's why I'm going to read that book at some point. Anyway, I'm staring at my disassembled coffee table. I have successfully gone through all of my emails. I've caught up. And you didn't give him a crumb, COE, but you literally had to go under the comforter and hermetically seal yourself into the bed so he couldn't get near you. So don't act like some hero. Nothing scares this guy. Could get a atomic bomb and the guy wouldn't budge if it's for food. He's just standing there and staring at you. Someone told me to stick a water bottle like sprayer in his face. I tried that. He just laughed at me. I thought Mabel Rose was obsessed with food, and this is levels beyond. Yes, it is. I know Catherine's pup is perfectly trained, but I'm just a sucker. Look at this. Give treats or don't. Dude's got crazy green eyes, and they wobble from around his head, and he just stares at you. I don't even know which way he's looking. And so I just always give in. I feel too bad. Anyway, we're sitting here. We're waiting. Julie Frew says no clicker will work. Always praise good behavior. He just yaps for food. He'll do anything for food. My kid saw a video where they've got a pug. I think it's actually a French bulldog that's dressed up in like a hoodie and a baseball cap and sunglasses. And he was trained to give fist bumps, and then people give him $1 for every fist bump. I kind of want my kids to do that. And I'll bring him down to downtown Miami and I'll have them do it. And I'll bump the price up to $5 a fist bump. Got to do what you got to do. Oh, man. These dogs are a lot of work. We're waiting. Getting some disturbing news. I don't want to report yet about this. Nothing crazy or nothing that wouldn't be too obvious, but I'm just waiting to get it from a few other people. Has to do with the jurors. It's a good point, Catherine. The problem is Joel, not Fred. You sound like my mom now, Catherine. It's always me. No one, never anyone else. Use dog behavior, and that does not include praise. I'm going to read this book. Someone told me to read this book. I'm going to read this book. I do need Cesar Millan. I absolutely... This is a Steve Cohen line, by the way, Space Coast. Don't point the finger, point the thumb. That's a famous Steve Cohen line. Great question. When we go to Donna's trial, I'll be in the courtroom all day. You can live tweet from court. I'll be doing that. And then, yeah, we're going to plan on doing a lunch live and then a show in the evening. So I will do lunch with everyone live during Donna's trial. And yes. Ooh, must love dogs. I'm a dog trainer. I will help. Surviving the Survivor at Gmail. Must love dogs. Surviving the Survivor at Gmail. Please help with Fred and Ethel. I gave Ethel a bully stick last night, and I come home this morning. I ran home at lunch, and my kids and my wife tell me that Ethel threw up the last like 2 inches of the bully stick. So dumb Ethel decided to swallow the bully stick when she couldn't chew anymore. And instead of taking it away from her, my kids in the COE just leave it sitting there so she can choke on it twice. Needless to say, I told them to remove the remaining 2-inch bully stick. In a lovely moment last night, after growling at Fred, Ethel finally relented and allowed Fred to chew on part of the bully stick. So they were dual chewing on either end of the bully stick. But again, to reconfirm, Ethel thought it'd be a good idea to eat the last 2 inches of the bully stick and then swallowed it up. I sure do know what it is, Catherine. I sure do know what it is. It is. I know exactly what it is. That bully stick, yes. And let me tell you, there's nothing Ethel likes to chew on more, or Fred for that matter. Here we go. Don't give rawhide. Is a bully stick rawhide? I don't think it's rawhide. That's what I mean. Instead of live tweeting, I'll be in the chat giving live commentary. That's exactly what I mean. Exactly what I mean. Not gonna lie, it's Monday. I'm exhausted. It's July 1st, July 4th. I think I'm taking everyone. I think I'm gonna have to take Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday off. I just need a break. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my patience. I'm losing my sanity. I'm exhausted. Just checked in with Carm. She's at Nordstrom shopping. Must be nice to be retired fully. That's what she's up to. Ned Smith, moose antlers will last forever, but I've never had a dog that actually likes chewing on moose antlers. They like the smell and taste, Catherine and Maui, of the bully stick. I guarantee you, Black Witter, that Fred would eat a carrot in a nanosecond. But he'll eat anything in a nanosecond. Yes, bully sticks are the cows. You know what? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And that's why they come in very large sizes and variations, the bully sticks. And it takes a while for Ethel and Fred to get through them. But only the COE would tell me that Ethel nearly choked to death and threw up, and then leave that very piece for her to then re-chew, swallow, and re-throw up. So there you go. If it was me, I would have said, oh, wait, my dog almost died. Let me remove the remaining 2 inches of this bully stick and put it in the garbage so my dog doesn't re-chew it and almost die on it again. So there you go. TMI from T. It's interesting. It's poetic. TMI from T. I can't point the camera at the dogs because I'm in my global headquarters here. We are in an undisclosed location in Miami, coming to you from a massive global headquarters studio. It is so large you can't even. It's like the Great Lakes. You can't see from one end to the other in this studio. Moose antlers break teeth. That's probably true because they are hard, those moose antlers. What does this mean? They have holders for the bully stick so they don't choke on them? I don't get that. Or am I missing something? I listen, I don't want to complain or whine. I just can't tell you how tired I am. And it's not like a tired, like I need like a night's rest. It's tired, like I need to restart my life tired, if you get what I'm talking about. It's not as easy as it looks sitting here talking about nothing every day. It's more draining than one would imagine. So, oh, look at this. And we are, by the way, COE doesn't even know this, but we are going to gear up, just as I say that, to cover Alec Baldwin next week. His trial begins on Monday. We already have some guests booked for next Monday. And there you go. Black Widow, it's just your nature. Joel, you are bored. Don't you recharge on the weekends? No, I don't, because I've got 3 kids. I actually deplete even more. I don't. It's the opposite of recharging. I get more burned out. Not published gets what I'm talking about. Now I got to go out and get like 25 little screws at Home Depot or Ace Hardware. You know what? I'm going to see if there's an Ace Hardware near me right now, so I can build my little coffee table. Let me see if there is an Ace Hardware nearby. Oh, look at this. There's one 2 miles away from me. That's where I'm going to go. I'm going to go there. I should have done that at lunchtime. So it's 2:16, everybody. We have a, I'm not saying the location. We have a full wrap-up show planned for 4, but I don't think we're going to make it till 4 o'clock. I think that this judge is going to say, we're done. Joel, your children, easier said than done. Your children should be the thing. True story. I took Carm and my 3 kiddos for ice cream last night. It was pouring once again here. So no one could do anything till last night. I felt bad for Carm. She's been home alone for a couple days. And so I took Carm for ice cream with the kids, and when I came home, I was acting the way the COE usually acts, which is, you could just tell that I was at my wit's end, because they were great, but then they started melting down. I feel for you, Joel. 3 kids, once you're tired, I see you, my friends, and I'm content. Vince Didiana. I don't want to say smart man, but yeah, you don't know. You don't know. By the way, COE, I saw a promo for a show on Netflix called The Man with 1,000 Children. And I was wondering if that's our friend, the Sperminator. I don't think it is. So there might be another man out there impregnating women at an alarming rate, other than the Sperminator, who was at my New York City book signing. If you guys haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. If you haven't liked today's show, please do. If you're bored or not bored and you want to get a whole new outlook on life, read my book, Surviving the Survivor. If you don't want an new outlook on life, read my book, Surviving the Survivor. My health is important. Yes, it is. My mental health is important. And that's why I think I'm going to have to take a few days off, everyone, starting on Wednesday. The Sperminator. If you don't know the Sperminator, we actually had him on this podcast before we were True Crime. That is his name. His real name is Ari. I won't say his last name. He's a professor, a math professor in New York City, and he's a sperm donor. And he has, you can Google the Sperminator. It'll come right up. Pardon the pun. A lot of words I shouldn't have said in that sentence. But anyway, the Sperminator was at the New York City book signing. He's actually a really funny guy. For some reason that I can't understand, he has offered his spermatozoa to many, many women, and as Dr. Ruth once said, and he's got hundreds of kids. literally hundreds of kids, and he spends time with them, but it's literally hundreds. So it's hard to spend time with hundreds of kids. So he sees like one a year. Back to bully sticks from Fred. Bully stick holders clamp down on the sticks of the dog. Oh, I never heard of this. Do you just get that at any pet store? Never heard of this in my life till today. Fred is my dog's name, though. There we go. Crossed over the threshold to 116. Thank you, everyone. If you hate the show, please subscribe. If you are indifferent about the show, please subscribe. If you love the show, think about subscribing. Yeah. Hello, Erica. Erica looks shocked to hear me. You ever feel in life like you're going up a down escalator? That's typically how I feel. If I haven't told you I'm exhausted, I am exhausted beyond any measure. What I would love to do for my other podcast, and maybe instead of this one, is just get on and whine. Drink wine, W-I-N-E, and whine, W-H-I-N-E, for 8 hours a day. I would be amazing at it. I'm telling you, I need a B12 shot. I need, I don't know what's wrong with it. It's really horrible to go through life exhausted the way I am. It is a high stress level that I operate on, high early signs of dementia. Let me tell you, I'm worried about this. I really am worried about this. Number one, they say the worst thing for your brain is sugar. I eat way too much sugar. I was watching a UFC fight Saturday night, and I saw a fighter that I knew, but I just couldn't think of the name, and then it was driving me crazy. And I was like, maybe I do have early dementia. So you just never know. But I would love to have a podcast. It's just called Wine and Wine. Whining with wine. And it would just be me whining with wine. So that would be it. It would just be whining with wine. These trials are exhausting. Matthew O'Neill says this is therapeutic for me. I suppose so. Then, as we all know, it's funny when I was getting bombarded by everybody because of something I already forgot what I said related to this trial, and I had all the haters hating on me. One of the things they said is that I'm so mean to my wife because I told everybody that she flooded our minivan, which is true. It is a total loss, and there should be, in theory, plenty of vitamin D in Florida. But anyway, the minivan, I don't even, now I already see, I forgot what I was just going to tell you a story about the minivan being destroyed. And I already forgot what I was talking about. Here we go. We've got a nurse here, which I like. RN here. D levels and testosterone can create. The problem is I've been like this for 40 years at least, and I'm 54. Thank you, McSpunky. Love McSpunky. Haven't seen him or given him a shout out in a long time. He's tired too. Mondays are always the worst with me. Gigi Stone, down the hole with Joel. I like it. Yeah, the COE is not fond of it. She just ignores me. I'm just so tired. I could almost cry right now, but I won't. And Jury Duty RN. Yeah, I don't know. They were yelling at me about me outing my wife about drowning our minivan, but she did do that. And there was a point to the story, but I can't remember the point. It'll come back. Yeah, Ned Smith, maybe you're depressed. That's definitely could be it. Still not over my dad, which sucks. Free therapy here at STS. Book tours and podcasts are a lot. Speaking of that, we're going to be doing 2 events in Chicago. I just found out, and that's the first one is July 16th. Yeah, the new wheel covers are on. I was amazed I could put them on. They literally snap in. So took me a minute to figure out that I had to line up the air tire thing, the thing that you put air into the tire. Like I didn't know which way to put the wheel cover on. And then I saw that the wheel cover had like the hole for the tire air thing. So I lined it up with that hole and I just literally snapped them on. It was amazing. I felt like a real man. I was able to get a wheel cover on. I did get a new phone as well. You go to Verizon and it's like me and my good friend Matt Broad when I lived in Tucson, Arizona. Wait, what? The jury's coming back? All right, hold on. Okay, we're getting word that people are coming back in. COE and Steve Cohen. Looks like we might be getting something here. Hang on. We are looking at the ceiling fan. Life is a team effort. I love this. Yes, it is. Anyway, I have no idea what. Yeah, losing your dad really sucks. And then it bums me out because I've got a son, and I'm like, I'm gonna leave him at some point, and that sucks for him because you don't want to lose your dad. Anyway, them and me, Annie K. Hung jury, they're done emotionally. From the COE, wrap up the pity party. It's go time. It is just exhausting to constantly be tired, though. I have to tell you that. It really is. For those who are not tired. Maybe I have Lyme's disease. I don't know. From Jenny Price. My mom was married to a Super Joel. And it becomes white noise. Yeah, that's pretty much it. This could be the moment where we get word that we've got a deadlock jury. Let's this is it, the wine and wine happy hour. I like down the hole with Joel. COE, are you in touch with COE? You need to get in touch with Steve Cohen, please, and let him know that we might need some guests on standby right now. I'm going to mute myself for a second and call Tim. Hang on. Well, Tim didn't answer. Let me see what I can find out, everybody. Oh, good. COE's leaving to go get our son at a summer camp. That ought to be helpful. What is idiosyncratic hypersomnia? What is this? I could have this. Sounds like something I would have. Idiosyncratic hypersomnia. How do I know if I have that? Like I could go to sleep right now and wake up tomorrow morning and be just as tired, by the way. Wow. These jury deliberations are really happening. Helping me and happening. Steve Cohen, he is the force behind Surviving the Survivor. Let us how much spam does everybody get? And like I leave my email box for 1 second. I've got 600 more emails. What does everyone do about getting rid of their spam? Can't take it anymore. I just can't take it anymore. By the way, I have a home sleep apnea test. I never took it. I'm going to COE. Can you find that for me? I need to find that and actually use it. Here's Tim. Hang on one second. All right. So getting reports from inside the courthouse that the jury has another question. This has been the way reporters have been framing this, as they have another question. I have a strong suspicion they are just going to tell the judge the same thing, that they cannot come to any reasonable conclusion as far as a verdict, that they are quote unquote hopelessly deadlocked. And because of that, the judge might let him go. That's what I'm thinking. I hope I'm not muted. I'm not muted on my end. But we will see. Are you guys hearing me? Let me know if you're hearing me. All right, not muted. I was muted. I was talking to Tim Jansen, who is out of that specific area now. He may head back. But again, as of 10 minutes ago, exactly 10 minutes ago, there's word that the jurors had another question. However, questions over the last couple of days have meant a comment, which is that they can't come to any verdict. So I'm assuming that's what we're going to hear again. And call me. I have to leave in 5 to get J-Mac. Everyone, I'm going to put myself back on mute. Stand by.
You are unmuted.
Here comes the Honorable Judge Beverly Canoni here.
32117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, the jury is at an impasse. So we'll bring them in.
You heard that with your own ears. The jury's at an impasse. This is about 4 hours since they were given the Tui Rodriguez dynamite charge.
Please rise for the jury. Court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, Mr. Foreman, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Canoni, despite our rigorous efforts, we continue to find ourselves at an impasse. Our perspectives on the evidence are starkly divided. Some members of the jury firmly believe that the evidence surpasses the burden of proof, establishing the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Conversely, others find the evidence fails to meet this standard and does not sufficiently establish the necessary elements of the charges. The deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs. I'm not going to do that to you folks. Your service is complete. I'm declaring a mistrial in this case. I'll be in to see you privately in a few minutes. So thank you so much for your service. Okay.
All rise for the court, please. Jury call me.
Thank you. Be seated. Court is still in session.
All right,
Mistrial.
I'd like to pick a status date to find out what our next move is. So I'd like to come back sometime maybe the end of July. I understand people have vacation schedules. Can we come in the week of the 21st?
That's fine.
No, I'm just looking at my calendar. Could we do the 22nd at 2 p.m., Your Honor? And I would appear from my client.
All right, is there another day that week? Could you do the 25th or 26th?
Unfortunately, I think I'm supposed to leave for vacation on the 25th.
Okay, the 22nd and the 24th are not great dates, so.
What about okay. What about the 19th and 9th? Is that whole week?
No, that week's not good. Teaching that I cannot get out of.
Can we do August 7th, 8th, 9th? Any of those days?
No, we'll do the 22nd. We'll go back to the 22nd at 2. I can't let it go that long.
Your Honor, so the court knows, Ms. Little and I are not available on the 22nd. We have a hearing in Los Angeles on the 22nd.
Okay.
We're proposing to appear remotely anyway.
Okay.
But for a status conference, I don't want the court to think it's disrespectful to the court, but Ms. Little and I probably will not.
Okay. So you and your client will be here in person, Ms. Giannetti?
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you. We'll see you then.
Court, all rise.
And now we have an official ruling in the Karen.
There you have it. Judge Beverly Canoni declaring at about 2:39 today, 2:38 or so, a mistrial in the Karen Reed trial. The jury simply came back for the third time now, and in a very, very eloquently written note said they cannot come to any sort of agreement. The way it was worded, and I'm going to get the direct wording from some reporters in the courtroom in a moment, but the way it was written, it certainly did not sound like one juror holdout. It sounded like it was quite split if you're reading the tea leaves. And because of that, they simply could not come to any kind of agreement. And therefore, again, Judge Beverly Canoni declaring a mistrial, already putting another date on the calendar for another hearing, presumably to decide how to move forward and whether or not the Commonwealth is going to look to prosecute this case yet again. You see it right here. Mistrial was declared, a hung jury. We are joined now by Rob D'Amico, retired FBI, who is also retired military, has been following this case with us fairly closely. While Rob is speaking, I'm going to be listening and monitoring social media. But Rob, 9 weeks of testimony, I think over 70 witnesses combined with the Commonwealth and the defense, 5 days of deliberations, 4 full ones. And at the very end, we get a jury of 12 peers saying we can't come to a decision. Peggy O'Keefe, the mother of John O'Keefe, visibly sobbing. And it's an odd day, and a day where no justice is being meted out here. But obviously, you know, some of these jurors didn't feel that the Commonwealth made their case. Others felt that they, in fact, did. What do you make of all of it, Rob?
I think you're right when you spoke that it didn't seem like the reading of the letter that the foreman wrote, that it was just one person. I think is more than that based on the verbiage. So I think you're right there. And I think it goes back to, as I said last time, was it Friday when we had the first breakdown where they came back and said that, is there's a lot of strong convictions in this thing. And I think you see it on all the commentary on your site and the other sites. That was a hardcore group of she did it, and there was a hardcore group that she didn't. And I think the jury was the exact same way. And I think most of your audience and most of the other folks have listened.
Yeah. Rob, you're having some audio issues. The only way I can think of is just to have you go back out and come back in, because it's a weird crackle. So I'm sorry, but just try to do that. If you can bounce out, I'm going to bounce you out, and then just try to log out and come right back in. So that was Rob D'Amico. Someone here saying I didn't really catch David Yannetti, that he was smiling, I guess facetiously or not facetiously here, saying that another million is coming his way. But on a serious note, it's going to, if they retry Karen Reed, it is going to cost quite a bit of money to relitigate the case for her. Tim Jansen, you are here. It is now officially a hung jury. A mistrial has been declared. Your thoughts on this? Tim, you able to hear us?
Hey, Joel.
Yes, sir.
Joel.
Tim, can you hear me? Timbo.
Hold on, Joel.
All
Trying to get
right.
my AirPods to work, but
All right. Hey, Rob, you're back.
Yep, I had two mics on.
Yeah, you sound great now. So what do you think in terms of retrying this case? Where do they go from here? Again, they've already got a court date, I think, for July 22nd.
So did the judge grant a mistrial?
Yeah, Tim's here. Tim, the judge did in fact grant a mistrial. Tim, let's get your thoughts on this.
Well, I expected that after the jury and that note went to the jury. I thought for sure it was going to be no way they get a verdict. And I think one of the jurors came in, and number 7 apparently was making faces like unlike anybody else. So it looks like one female juror was a holdout. So I think they knew they were never going to get a verdict.
Yeah. Tim, you didn't hear the note, but the note sounded a lot like it was more than just one holdout. The
Okay.
note was
All right.
worded in a way where it sounds like it could be multiple holdouts. There is reporting that they could hear cheering, Rob D'Amico, loud cheering inside the courtroom from outside, from obviously the pro Karen Reed people there. Number one,
Right.
I'm surprised that they would cheer at this, Rob. And number two, Tim, I'm going to keep you on mute and I'll come back to you. But Rob, I'm surprised that they would be cheering. But another indication, another thing it shows us is that these jurors likely were able to hear these protesters. And who knows how that affected them or impacted them, Rob.
They probably could if they could hear the cheering out there. But again, I don't know if it's going to impact a jury. Like when the times that you sit on that and you really the instructions and everything else talks about this is the seat of our justice system and how important the jury is and how you take that and you bring it into the jury room as your duty to do this. And I think the biggest thing is if you really thought she did it based on the evidence, and if you really thought she didn't do it, I don't know how anyone cheering either way would convince me. Now, some people maybe, but I don't think so. I think if you really had that true, she's not guilty or she is guilty, hearing people cheer either way, I don't think would get you to the turn. It may dig you in further, but I don't think it turned anyone like, oh my God, I got to do this. And I don't think I've heard some people saying, oh, it's maybe that they're worried about the law enforcement up there. And I don't think that's either. I think people just had a diehard position if they thought she did it or not, or even if some thought she did it, but the case wasn't proven, that you don't want to send an innocent person to jail. And the other ones thinking that she did do it based on the evidence. They really want to see, the true person they think did it go to jail. So I think it's down to those. And I consider it a win for her in that if the prosecution wants to try her again, I think it's going to be a difficult climb. And I think people are going to have to talk to the jurors to figure out how many was that, trying to get some idea. And if it was only say 10-2, 10 not guilty, 2 guilty, I think the prosecution's really going to have to weigh if they're going to do it. If it was opposite, if it was just 2 holdouts as not guilty, I think the prosecution would probably look at turning around and retrying it.
Tim, I'm going to unmute you.
Okay.
Tim, what's if this was more than a single holdout, Tim, do you think that they do go and try this case again?
I think they need at least 4 or more to convince them to go forward and spend the money to retry this case in this community. Because that's if you can't get 40% of the jury, and you got to get beyond a reasonable doubt, I don't think they're going to do it again. If it's 10-2, I don't think they do. If it's 6-6, I think they do.
So anything less than 6-6. So if it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, you don't think they'll retry it?
I don't think they will.
So again, for those just joining, the Karen Reed trial is officially declared a mistrial. One of the questions coming in here, Tim, for an attorney is from Annie K, always with the great questions. And please send questions in because I know you're going to have them, and I would love to ask the best guest. We're getting Sky Lazaro is going to be hopping on soon with a bunch of other people, and we'll move in and out of different best guests as we try to break this all down. But Tim, do you think that the Commonwealth may try her, but with lesser charges this time, without the second-degree murder charge?
They might pare it down and keep it a little tighter. Maybe not call some witnesses and focus their case. And they'll be ready for the defense case, right? Now they know what the defense is going to do. and maybe have some witnesses available to undercut the defense's arguments, or get more experts, get a new expert, hire someone outside of the police department, because their expert didn't look like he didn't weigh considered the defense experts.
Listen,
and remember, the federal investigation might intercede and take over this whole thing.
That's possible too. Tim Jansen was a federal prosecutor. Rob D'Amico, one of the things, if you go into the cesspool that is X, otherwise known as formerly known as Twitter, there's so many allegations right now of potential juror intimidation. And one of the things that concerns me is reporters are reporting that they could hear this crowd of free Karen readers cheering in there. How realistic is this, that jurors could have been intimidated from perhaps a guilty vote because they know that they would likely get harassed or intimidated? Is that a real concern? What do you do about that?
I guess I look at it from my standpoint, and intimidating me doesn't go very far. So I do get that as a layman juror, you come into this, you're not seeking attention, you just want to do your duty, and then you hear that and you figure that there may be repercussions. So I don't know, and I think then you would have to really look at protecting the jury more so. And then making an area where the protesters can't be heard inside the courthouse to even let them hear that stuff. So again, if that's going on, and you're going to maybe interview some of the jurors, and I think maybe on a different level of talking to them and finding out if that was the case, then they're going to have to obviously take some precautions on the next one.
Tim, I'm going to ask you the same question. I mean, what can you do? I think the rain's starting to come down there. What can you do to protect jurors from either side here so they don't feel intimidated? We don't know for sure if that's the case, but it could certainly be the case. What can you do to protect jurors?
Well, she could have sequestered the jury. They could have moved the trial outside of Dedham. And I know they traveled on a bus, but they probably should find a way to have them walk in a back door, maybe, instead of the front where they would buffer these people off. Maybe they could have them where they're the buffer on these people is farther away so that the jury wouldn't have to see them every day. I can tell you they were loud. And I think I asked a couple of people, do you think the jurors can hear you? And they said, oh, yeah, this is an old courtroom with those single pane windows. There's no doubt that they could hear the people outside.
From Courtney H., Tim, they want to know, you mentioned this earlier in the show today when you were live. When would we find out the split of how the jurors voted? Are you saying, and by the way, the judge said she was going to meet with the jurors privately. She did say that out loud, but is the only way we're going to find this out is if the jurors speak after the case right now, after the trial?
That's right. And I think the judge, I don't know why she's meeting them privately. She probably can. Probably telling them they can speak if they want to speak. They don't have to speak. If you don't want to speak, let somebody know. But she can do that in the courtroom in the public eye. Every time you meet with a jury, the judge or anybody, that leads to suspicion that something's going on. Now, I don't know if anything's going on. She could give that instruction to them in the courtroom with the witnesses and with the media present, that they don't have to accept, or they can speak to people. I think you're going to get someone to speak out. I think some of those jurors are frustrated, and I think some of them want to speak out.
We've just added uncivil law to the chat here. To the group of best guests. Uncivil, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Just your reaction to this mistrial being declared.
I'm not surprised, but I'm disappointed. It's very clear that whoever wrote that note is obviously a lawyer, because they're using all the right legal phraseology. So I did appreciate the technicality of the way it was written, but I'm deeply surprised that, especially with the moral certainty instruction that Massachusetts gives, and also with the other instructions that the judge gave, including, for example, the ability to use the shoddiness of the investigation as a factor, which was a nice win for the defense in getting that particular instruction. And also they didn't get the consciousness of guilt instruction, which was also a nice win for the defense and the instructions. I'm surprised that there is a juror out there who cannot find a reason to doubt, because it's like, where do you want me to start counting is sort of where I'm at. So I don't know what that's thinking of. I'll be surprised if it wasn't incredibly lopsided for not guilty.
Well, it was interesting. If you're reading between the lines, it sounds like it's more than one for guilty. If you're reading that note, and I don't have it in front of me, but I'm trying to get it. But I mean, if it was a more even ratio of, 8-4 or 7-5, you'd be really surprised by that, it sounds.
Yeah, I mean, this is a problem when you have like one strong personality that tend to sway other people, or they can. But I'd be surprised, because for my money, there's clearly reasonable doubt. If you believe the defense in its closing with that image of the car, and they say, okay, this is the car at 5:07 in the morning, and here's a picture of the car at that time, I'm seeing an awful lot of red coming from what should be a shattered taillight. And they say, okay, this taillight was shattered 3 hours earlier, and here it is intact on this image. I'm like, no. So I just don't know how you look at that in combination with other evidence and come to a conclusion of guilt to a moral certainty. It seems absurd to me.
Yeah. Sky Lazaro, thank you for joining us. As always, we got the power crew here pouring down on Tim Jansen, I think. Tim, I'm actually going to keep you muted so I can hear that rain. But Sky, your reaction, the jury, the judge said it in very succinct terms. The jury is at an impasse. I've declared a mistrial. Your thoughts?
I'm not surprised by this. I know we talked about this a little bit last week, and the jury seemed pretty deadlocked then. So, not entirely surprised. And I'm a little bit not up to speed. I just got out of court and I'm sitting in front of the jail in my car. So,
well, stay safe there. And if you're more comfortable heading back to the office, and then you want to hop on whatever you want to do, I don't want to.
I'm actually clear down in southern Utah, so I can hang out for a few minutes and then
all right.
have to jump off.
Thank you. We're going to go around the horn here. Rob D'Amico, this is your world. 70s, 80s vintage. I'm going to bring it up for a sec because I don't want to block Sky's face, which I'm doing by bringing this up. But they should not retry this case, period. The feds need to warn him. And tons of public needs to be brought to stop. The question here is, there's all this talk about a federal investigation, and I've heard rumblings of an investigation now into potential jury intimidation. We have not officially heard anything along those lines, but there's been rumblings of all this. What will the feds do now, Rob D'Amico, and how do they do it?
Well, I mean, whatever investigation they have going on, they're obviously going to finish out. Jury intimidation's more than a protest group chanting. If that intimidated someone, that is more logistics of that courthouse. But they will have to look into if any of the jurors said that they were intimidated directly, be it on the street, be it voicemails, all kinds of other ways to do it. If that's the case, then investigation is going to happen. But I think the protesting, the noise out there, that was just poor logistics of not keeping your protesters to the point where they couldn't be heard in the courthouse. And I think they may not have had that ever before, so they didn't know. But the first time that started happening, they really should have started looking at having a distance where that wasn't going on, that the jury could even hear it. So again, it may be, if they retry it, that they're going to have to move to a different location. They're going to have better logistics in how they deal with protesters. But if there's any direct threats, if any of the jury were contacted personally on the street in person or via any other means, that they're going to have to investigate that. But the federal investigation is going to go down the course that it is, and then we'll see where that comes up and see what they're investigating.
Kurt of Uncivil Law, Kurt Mueller. I just don't know how in the world from Ben Mannion here you can find an impartial jury at this point. It seems to me that that is impossible, at least in the Canton, Dedham area. What would happen if the Commonwealth decides to move forward with retrying this case? How do you find an impartial jury?
Well, you kind of do the same thing you do for a normal jury. You just do more of it. So what you do to find a jury, typically speaking, is you send out some sort of jury questionnaire, and then you do the voir dire of the jury when they come in there to ask them questions. So what you do is you just do more. You send out more questionnaires, you ask more questions, you do a more extensive voir dire. It just takes longer and is more thorough. The idea of transferring it to a different venue is disfavored these days, strongly disfavored. So if you can find a large enough population to find a group of people that are not biased by this, then fine. And to be fair, although of course all of us are deeply familiar with it, there are a lot of people who I'm sure have no particular idea that this case is going on or been following it with any degree of closeness or care. A lot of people just going on in their day-to-day lives, and there are a lot of other issues that people could choose to care about. We only have so much mental bandwidth. So
Yeah.
trying to find 12 people that really have no particular idea or no particular misconception of this law or this case is not necessarily as difficult as it might appear, especially if you're talking about a large population center.
And Kurt brings up a great point, because I can tell you firsthand, when I was on the book tour, I went to Canton, Mass. When I was in Boston, and I was at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, and I was literally in that location and stopped a few people who had never heard about this, which was sort of mind-boggling. But that goes to Kurt's point. Not everyone is obsessed with true crime. Not everyone is obsessed with this particular case. It is possible, but as Kurt said, I guess you'd have to do a little bit more due diligence to get there. Sky Lazaro from Elazal Company. My gut tells me no one from this jury is going to want to speak, followed by Annie K's question here. How will some jurors' privacy be protected now if others want to talk, especially if this was a lone holdout, which doesn't sound like to me, but what do I know? I'm sitting in a studio in Miami. But to the greater point, Sky Lazaro, how are jurors protected if, let's say, 2 of them want to speak, but the other 10 want nothing to do with the media?
Jurors are usually instructed by the judge when they're dismissed about being contacted by others. They're told that if they want to speak at this point, they can, or they don't have to. As far as privacy, I'm not sure if there is a lot. Some of these other panelists may have some thoughts on it, but I'm not sure that there is a lot that really can be done. I would think there's probably some instruction that's given to the jury about other jurors and their right to privacy, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, this is a great comment here from Jury Duty RN. We may hear from these attorneys at any moment. Space Coast, I know you're juggling a lot, but if you can keep an eye on the local stations there that we're streaming it, we might get some live coverage of a media scrum with these attorneys and or the Commonwealth. So we'll keep an eye out for that, and if we miss it live, we'll get it to you on tape. A question, Tim Jansen, to you, and I'm going to unmute you right now. Jerry Michael wants to know if we could hear the protesters cheering at the end here, and the judge heard that. Why didn't she put a stop to it or have more stringent restrictions on these demonstrators? You were there today. I mean, how far from the courtroom were they?
They were right across the street from the courthouse. I'd say about 50 or 60 steps from the courthouse, and they could be heard. They were positioned right where the defense lawyers and Karen were staying. So whenever they came out, there was always cheering, free, Karen Reed, and they were very vocal. But most point, they weren't vocal at all unless there was some activity happening. They were pretty quiet. Now, there was one lady that did some stuff, but And the people in blue were farther away, even a farther block away, and you couldn't even see them or hear them, really. There was only about 20 of them versus I think they had like 5 or 6, I think about 500 people in pink.
Yeah, I'm looking. By the way, Tim is no longer at the courthouse. He had to take off, but the rain is coming down. Is that right, Tim?
It's pouring thunder and lightning. It's supposed
And
to
I'm
rain, so I don't think they're doing any press conference outside until the rain stops.
and I'm looking at video. They are demonstrating quite loudly. The Free Karen Reed protesters or demonstrators, I should say, in the rain. So the rain hasn't stopped them. And according to the COE, I don't know if this was in the courtroom, that Alan Jackson gave a few words. Karen Reed said nothing. Sky Lazaro, what do you think is going on with Alan Jackson right now? You know, he basically put his entire life into this case over the last probably year. It's a 9-week trial. He lives in Los Angeles. Now it comes to this kind of unfulfilled end that's open-ended. Do you think he stays on this case? How? I mean, they'd have to, obviously the Reeds would have to pay him an exorbitant amount of money to do this. Is it feasible? What do you think's going on in terms of Alan Jackson in this case moving forward?
Yeah, you know, mistrials are hard because you spend so much time preparing for trial, and then especially in this case, in trial. At the end of the day, a mistrial is it's still a win for the defense in my mind. I know you always feel when you get these like, man, am I going to have to do this again? You're exhausted. You know, is my client going to want to pay me to do it again? Is the state even going to pursue charges, you know, or try to retry her, you know, with this pending federal investigation? So I'm sure there's a lot of things going through his mind, you know, but some of it is probably some disappointment in the mistrial and not having some finality. But, you know, at the end of the day, he did a good job defending his client, and, you know, she wasn't convicted of anything. So you got to take that win for what it is.
By the way, some breaking news already from Christina Rex, who's one of our best guests and a reporter for the local, I think it's an NBC affiliate, WBZ. Kurt Mueller, the Commonwealth, has already announced that they plan to retry this case against Karen Reed. This obviously would be before they know the jury breakdown. Is this just political posturing, or is this reality, Kurt?
I'm not surprised at all. I expected them to do exactly that. They obviously can change their mind, and if they want to, they probably would do so quietly on a Friday when no one's paying attention. But I would expect them to go out there and there's exactly what they've said all along. We believe in this case. We believe she's guilty. We have a vigorous case. Members of the jury obviously believed our case, and next time we'll have a jury that will understand and make sure to agree with us completely. So I'd expect nothing less than the Commonwealth to say this.
Yeah. There you go. Kurt of Uncivil Law expects it. Rosemary Romero with a question for Tim Jansen. Could they revoke Karen Reed's bond? I think she's still under a bond. She's been home this whole time. What happens to her now, Tim Jansen?
Well, they can't revoke her bond unless she violated it in some way. She came to court every day. She was never held in any kind of contempt. She was never late for court that I'm aware of. And there was never a question that she wasn't going to be in court. So I don't see a basis for revoking her bond. I think her bond should be same as it was before. As far as the district attorney coming out with a knee-jerk reaction like that, that seems awful quick before he hears from the jury what they thought of the case. And it could be a political maneuver to show confidence in his case. But I'd be a little leery about the confidence in his case if it took him 9 weeks to present it, and then he doesn't even know he didn't get a.
Oh dear.
I think that's a little bold for the district attorney.
Yeah, Rob D'Amico, just to add to that, I have the exact statement here. This is a statement, a written statement. This is not an oral statement.
They had it ready to go. Of course they did.
Yeah, you know they did, because you couldn't have gotten it out this quick. But this is from Norfolk DA Michael Morrissey. This is the exact reading of the statement. A mistrial has been declared in the matter of Commonwealth v. Karen Reed. Judge Beverly Cannoni set a status conference date of July 22nd, 2024 at 2 p.m. in the Norfolk Superior Court. First, we thank the O'Keefe family for their commitment and dedication to this long process. They maintained sight of the true core of this case to find justice for John O'Keefe. The Commonwealth intends to retry the case. Strong words, Rob. Them is fighting words, somebody would say. What do you think of that? So soon, obviously a prepared statement. They just filled in some of the blanks the minute this ended.
Yeah, I had no doubt they'd have a prepared statement saying the exact same thing. Where we believe in this, but as Jurgen said, yeah, if they really look at it and it was a 10-2 or something really bad on a Friday when there's other bigger news, they'll just put that in there that they're not going to try. So I think he had to come out with that, and I think he had to come out strong, show support for everything, and we're going to go back at this, and then they're going to start looking at the details to see really what the jury count was, if they can figure that out. And they hopefully were taking some good after action notes based on how the first one went, saying, what do we really have to do to get over all these things? If they can start talking to jurors and figure out maybe some of the jurors that were on the non-guilty side or the guilty side, they can point out some certain things, but the prosecution really has to come out with some big things, because I just don't, again, I don't see how you could have came to the guilty verdict based on the case and the investigation. And I think also the federal investigation is going to come out. And if it's really, really bad, the prosecution is going to have to probably not retry it in a way. So I think he's just those are boisterous words, come out strong and say it, and then they'll start figuring out the details.
All the reporters obviously jumping on the fact that the Commonwealth already says they plan to retry. I think that was Sky Lazaro. We just lost there.
I did note their prepared statement didn't appear to thank the jury in their statement, which is a nice touch.
Yeah, that's a great point. Very, very good point. Well taken. They should be thanked for sure for their work at God knows what, $18 a day or something. Tim Jansen, the decision once again here, this according to one person in our chat, reeks of jury intimidation to me. The judge said she's going to speak to the jurors individually, not individually, but in her chambers or in the deliberation room. It was unclear which. But what does the judge do after a mistrial when they do talk to the jurors? What will she ask them? What will she say to them? Take us through that.
All judges are different. A lot of judges like to find out how they like the process. What can you improve? What was good? What was bad? Now, is she doing some investigation on her own to see if the jury was intimidated or some kind of intimidation, and then determine whether an investigation has to be? I don't know. I don't know what this judge's normal procedure is. If we know what the judge normally does on a hung jury, that would be really important to know. Because if she's acting differently in this case, then it only leads more to the suspicions of this whole entire case. I'd love to. I believe someone is going to speak out. I think one juror, at least one or two jurors, are going to speak out because they probably feel adamant, and I think they're going to say, she might have done it, but the evidence we had a reasonable doubt, but for some reason, two jurors just would not listen, would not even deliberate. And if they didn't deliberate, normally I've had it where a note said one juror won't deliberate. I've seen that before, where one juror just folds their arms and says, I'm not deliberating, I'm voting not guilty, or I'm voting guilty.
Oh my God, that's the jury bus behind us.
Ooh.
Guess what? The jury bus is right behind me. They're following me. I got the cops and the jury bus.
What do I do?
Just keep going. Let me see if I can get them on so you can see them.
Turn that camera out the window.
No.
Now the question is, where are they dropping them off? That's what I'd like to know.
Can you see it?
Not well.
Yeah,
I can see a police escort behind you. Yeah, I can see flashing lights.
No. Joel, this is I'm going the extra mile for you today.
Tim Jansen getting us the jury bus. Mish Cavernos asking me if I'm looking forward to the retrial. I definitely need a year break, so it sounds like we're going to get that. I'll be ready a year from now. Tim, I'm going to
maybe they can find a different prosecutor, maybe one with a better, presence would be nice. Better vocal variety, less boring.
Yeah, Tim, we can hear that. That is the jury being escorted.
Yeah.
Hey, anybody want to talk? I tried, Joel.
Thank you, Tim Jansen. Tim, that was great reporting right there. I'm going to mute you back up for a moment. Sky Lazaro, how about this? I can smell crazy a mile away. She's asking Tim, but I'm going to ask you. Could it be that at this point the prosecutor in Norfolk County knows something from the feds that we don't know and is therefore feeling more confident in retrying Karen Reed? What do you think?
I would say probably not. I think just having been involved in DOJ investigations of different either law enforcement or county attorney's offices or universities, they don't usually release anything about their findings until their final report is done. If they are, that probably creates a little bit bigger problem in terms of the interplay between who they're investigating and what they're doing.
To you, Kurt, we just heard obviously that there's a big yell or scream of support, cheers from the crowd after the reading of this mistrial. Is this a win? I mean, how do you see this for Karen Reed? Or is it, is it a blunt loss? How do you see it?
Well, anything that's not guilty, anything that's not a guilty, I should say, is obviously at least partially a win because you're not going to prison, and that's obviously a plus. But she has to presumably expend a significant amount of money for her lawyer's time going forward. If we're going to try this thing, we're going to do the whole thing all over again. She's got to pay somebody for all that time. That's a lot of time and a lot of expense that she may not have available. I know she's doing some crowdfunding, but how much that is compared to her legal bills, unclear. So for me, I wanted a directed verdict. I did not get my Christmas. So I'm disappointed. I suppose the judge could still do it in writing, but that seems somewhat unlikely that we're going to get a memo. By the way, having considered directed verdict not guilty, but I'll hope for the best, I guess.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Let me put you on the spot for a second, Kurt. How much do you think a guy like Alan Jackson got paid for this trial, and how much?
Oh man.
We're talking $1 million here. That's what Tim Jansen was suggesting.
Yeah, I mean, something like $650 an hour, maybe a little bit more because he's LA based, sounds pretty plausible. You factor in all the time that we're doing and all the other witnesses and consultants. I think 7 figures is very realistic.
Tim Jansen, you still stand by that?
Yeah.
Alan Jackson, yeah, you think he got paid in the 7-figure range for this?
This. I'll give you a little hint for.
You're starting to break up, Timbo, but go ahead.
For a retrial. So you make sure you don't do it. You got to have a retrial fee in there. I believe that. I believe he'll start raising money. I think if you could have those people out there donated like $10, $20 a person, he probably could make quite a bit of money. And most of the work is done already, right? Now it's going to be a matter of cutting and pasting what worked well, what didn't. But it wouldn't surprise me if he did focus groups or mock trials, which can be very expensive. You're talking about $50,000 each one. So I still think he got 6 figures. And it's a win. Today's a win. He got a hung jury. That's a win for a defense lawyer.
7 figures.
Sky Lazaro, what do you think is going on in Karen Reed's mind? I mean, you've had defendants. What is their reaction when it's a mistrial? I mean, if it was me, I'd feel like I'm still on the hook. I mean, we already heard the Commonwealth saying they're going to retry the case. I would not feel like I'm at a, if I'm talking strictly, I'm not saying right, wrong. I'm just saying if I am Karen Reed, I'm feeling
like I am still under the microscope. I'm not free of anything. The state is still coming after me. How do your clients respond to a mistrial?
I think that's 100% right. I think, there's an initial relief of, well, they didn't find me guilty, but the reality is, and most of my clients say this, by the time they get to trial or through trial, they want to be done. The idea that now she's still out on bond and they're saying already they're going to try this again, I'm guessing is pretty emotionally taxing on her right now, where you feel like, when is this ever going to be over? A little bit. And that's what I would expect she's feeling. That's kind of the response I get is, oh my God, I have to do this again. And it's, you have all the conversations like, stay strong, you'll get through this again. But that's, that'd be kind of what I would expect she's feeling right now.
Rob D'Amico, Michael Proctor was a key figure in this case, the misogynistic lead investigator who was using the see you next Tuesday word that brought a whole ton of problems to the case for the Commonwealth. What happened? Tim brought up an interesting point. Everyone said this guy is definitely getting fired from the state troopers the minute this thing's over. But what about a retrial? How do you bring on a terminated lead investigator who was terminated because of his case into a new trial? What do you do with him?
Yeah, he was bad enough as a sworn law enforcement officer. If he's fired for this, the reason he was fired is actually discoverable. And then if a federal investigation goes in and they find him for other things, that's all discoverable. So it would just be that rolling down the hill of it, you're doomed on it. So again, if he gets fired, all the details of that firing, if it was for performance of duty and if they found anything untrue, that's discoverable. And then a federal investigation, you're going to start, even if it's not a conviction for, say, civil rights or something like that, or anything on the federal side, that's all discoverable because it goes to the credibility of a witness. So that's going to be a tough hill to climb if that in fact happens.
Kurt, one of the interesting things you see here from Cheswick, some can, in quotes, can be a pejorative word for one person.
Sure.
We know. I mean, I don't know that you have the note from the jurors in front of you. I still don't have it. I'm waiting to get it. But it was just the way it was worded, and I have to reread it because I only heard it in real time. But it sounds like more than one holdout on whatever side it was. But what do you make of this comment? Do you think that maybe they're covering by the word? They could use wording to cover for a single juror. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no particular thoughts. Assuming it's written in the plural, I wouldn't necessarily think anything of it in terms of whether it represents more than one person or not, because it also could depend on their sort of frame of reference. If there have been people in a plurality and now it's left to one person, they could still be thinking of it as the group because it might be subject to change, even if it's only one person right this second, because it's been variable. So if the numbers have been changing, so you still refer to it as a group. So, I don't really think much of it if they refer to it in a plural group sense.
Sky, there was a question, and I saw Boston law requires them to retry within a year, meaning that they would have to start this trial, I guess, by next July 1st of 2025. Assuming they go ahead with a retrial, that's a big assumption. Assuming they go ahead with a retrial, if you're Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, Adam Lally, first of all, is it a certainty that Adam Lally would retry for the Commonwealth? We don't even know if the defense would, but I mean, how do you begin to prepare and when for all this?
Yeah, I think a lot of it depends on which attorneys stay on. If Alan or if Lally is replaced or her defense is replaced, whoever gets it is going to want some time to get up to speed and prepare. So, and I think the other consideration is the court's calendar and those prosecutors' calendars. This probably isn't the only trial that the Commonwealth has coming up, and it's probably not the only case that Alan Jackson's working on, and the court has, numerous other probably criminal and civil matters on its docket. So I think it really, is going to come down to scheduling. As long as this trial was, clearing that much time on a court calendar probably is going to take, just that by itself, I think, would take a little bit of time. And then, depending on which prosecutor is going to try it, and if Alan Jackson's staying on it. If you get new defense counsel, I don't think it's happening anytime soon, because I'm guessing there's quite a bit to get through, and they're not going to try this case off the cuff. They're going to want to take their time and do it right.
Just some more developments. I'm not sure what this is here.
Judge Canoni, despite our rigorous efforts, we continue to find ourselves at an impasse. Our perspectives on the evidence are starkly divided. Some members of the jury firmly believe that the evidence surpasses the burden of proof, establishing the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Conversely, others find the evidence fails to meet this standard and does not sufficiently establish the necessary elements of the charges. The deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs. I'm not going to do that to you folks. Your service is complete. I'm declaring a mistrial in this case.
That's still the most well-written and most articulate juror note of all time.
It is. So, Kurt, speak to us about that. I mean, that has got to be either someone highly educated. Keep in mind, we've got Harvard and MIT there, an attorney. Yep. But speak to us about that statement.
It's just their word choice and using words like futile and talking about their diligence. It's like they're hitting basically all the legal benchmarks. It's like, we've deliberated. It's not due to lack of trying. We've given it everything. It would be futile to persist. We'd have to compromise our morals. This was drafted by an attorney. Well done. 10 out of 10.
To the COE, if you're listening, I'm going to just talk to you for 1 sec. At 4 o'clock COE, we should flip over, I think, to the scheduled plan.
I'm surprised it didn't include citations in there. That's the only thing that could make it better.
Terry Austin is joining us, bright legal mind. Terry, what do you make of the mistrial here from a bird's eye perspective?
I was not surprised, because it was taking them so long, and there's so many variables in this case. I've been following it since the very beginning. So many witnesses, so many weeks, so much evidence. I did think it was going to be very difficult. I did think it was going to be very difficult for that jury to come to a unanimous decision one way or the other. And I agree with your guest that, in fact, that note had to have been written by the attorney. I think it was well done. Judge Canoni had no choice after reading that note to say, look, this is a mistrial. I've already done the, charge where I've told you to go back in there. She actually told them that twice. And now with this note, I think it was the right decision. I think you should not force a jury to have to come to a unanimous conclusion if, in fact, there are some people, from a matter of principle, that don't want to change their thoughts or their ideas or their opinions. And frankly, that should have been caught during jury selection, but it's really hard to tell if a juror is so convicted that they don't think that they can come to some sort of conclusion. So I do, expect that they are going to come at it. I don't think it's going to take too long for them to all get together to prosecute this case again. I think the defense is ready to go.
And Terry, speaking about the defense being ready to go, I don't know if you know this, but the Commonwealth has already publicly stated they plan to retry this. So what do you make of that? That they had a statement obviously prepared, ready to go, but they are doing this again. At least it appears today that that's the case. Does that surprise you?
That doesn't actually. And, I do get surprised a lot by a lot of things. But one of the things as a prosecutor I would do, and I'm defense oriented, not prosecution oriented, but one of the things that I would do is come right out and say, yes, I plan to do this again. And you can always change your mind. That's the thing. You can't come out and say, no, I'm not going to prosecute it. You can come out and say, I need more time. Or you can come out and say, yes, we're definitely going to prosecute it. And then you can get the evidence that you need. If you think you need more evidence, you can talk to the other side. You may come to a compromise. I don't think that's going to happen here. But I do think it makes sense to come out and say, yes, we're going to go right back after this. And we think we have a good case. And we definitely don't want to waste any time. And again, they're not etched in stone. Frankly, I think the defense did an excellent job here. I definitely think they caused a ton of reasonable doubt. What does surprise me is that we don't know the number, but I would think a lot of people had reasonable doubt. I would really like to know. I hope some of the jurors come out. I'd really like to know how many jurors had reasonable doubt, because I think the defense did an excellent job of creating some reasonable doubt here.
By the way, I did not know this. Apparently, there are also 2 lawyers as well as retired law enforcement on the jury. Not sure if that's confirmed, but ICU is telling us that, which is interesting, because then that would make sense with this language. There's actually some stunning video. I don't know how else to say this, coming out that COE, I texted this to you. I would love for you to put this in as an element for the 4 o'clock show. But as Paul O'Keefe, Rob D'Amico, this one's for you. As Paul O'Keefe, the brother of John O'Keefe, is leaving court today in a very cramped courtroom, he very visibly and audibly says something to Karen Reed, and Karen Reed snaps back at him immediately, and she looks like it's like the death stare coming out of her, but he didn't look pleased at all. I don't think it's any secret that Paul O'Keefe believes Karen Reed is responsible for this death, but I'm watching this video on a loop, and even David Yannetti kind of looked back, and Karen Reed again barked something back at him. What about that? What do you make of this? This is now the victim's family going after the defendant, and the defendant barking back.
Well, it's emotional. Like I said, he has high emotions. He truly believes she killed his brother. She gets what he sees as a win for now. He's emotional. I think her emotions came out too. Like it was a win, but it's not a win. She still, is in the same predicament as before. So emotions come out. He snaps something, and she offhandedly does that right back. Obviously, she was probably coached a little bit, like, hey, look, no matter what happens, you can't do that. But it's easier said than done. This is something that is just been building, and you look at everyone thinks they're going to get what they want out of it. He thinks she's going to get convicted. She thinks she's going to get acquitted, and then it doesn't happen after how many weeks, and the pressure gets up there. So it's just human emotion. I bet Karen regrets whatever the look she gave. She probably wanted something not that. But it is what it is, and it's people's lives. So for anyone to say, "Oh, that they shouldn't," either of them shouldn't have done that. Well, you're not there. You're not in their shoes.
I'm seeing some. Here
when
we
you
go.
bring false charges against an innocent person, the Commonwealth did their worst. They brought the weight of the state based on spurious charges, based on compromised investigation and investigators, and compromised witnesses. This is what it looks like. And guess what? They failed. They failed miserably, and they'll continue to fail. No matter how long it takes, no matter how long they keep trying, we will not stop fighting. We have no quit.
Let's watch that again. This is obviously Alan Jackson on the steps of the Norfolk County Courthouse. You see David Yannetti on his left, and Karen Reed on his right. Other way around. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
other way around.
I'm not really dyslexic, but I screwed that up. Here's Alan Jackson once again.
Folks, this is what it looks like when you bring false charges against an innocent person. The Commonwealth did their worst. They brought the weight of the state based on spurious charges, based on compromised investigation and investigators and compromised witnesses. This is what it looks like. And guess what? They failed. They failed miserably, and they'll continue to fail. No matter how long it takes, no matter how long they keep trying, we will not stop fighting. We have no quit.
Tim Jansen, I think you're muted, so let me unmute you. You're a criminal defense attorney in high-profile cases. Did he hit the right note here?
He did. He did the same thing the prosecutor did. We're ready to go. We're innocent. You're never going to win. We're going to keep fighting. You had a bad case. You had questionable witnesses, and we're going to win again. And we're not going to stop fighting. So he's sending the signal, too, that he's on. Now, I don't know if he's going to be on, but he's sending the signal he's going to be on for his client.
And I am hearing, by the way, that the defense was paid upwards of $1 million, if not more. I think there's $400,000 in a fund for Karen Reed's, I guess, future defense or part of this defense. So that's interesting. Terry Austin, to you, everyone bashed ADA Lally. I mean, the guy was pretty much everyone's punching bag. But does he deserve some credit here on this day? Because he didn't lose either. This was not a loss for the Commonwealth. Everyone assumed it would be a huge loss for the Commonwealth. And again, a mistrial declared. So can he claim victory the same way the defense is in this instance?
Well, I think what he has to claim is we're back to zero. It's not a win or a loss, it's a draw. And he has an opportunity to go back here and gather up the evidence and organize it in such a way that a jury will have to say, yes, she's guilty. And a jury will have to say, I have no doubt. The problem here was, I don't think Lally was able to confront all of the various different scenarios that the defense presented. And since they didn't do that, I think the jury was really lost. They had a ton of reasonable doubt. How did it happen? Was he hit by the car? Did a dog knock him over or scratch him up and he hit his head and he died? Was it in a fight with one of the Alberts? What really happened here? And if you have a case, and at the end of the day, the prosecution hasn't told that story, the prosecution hasn't proven to the jury how it happened, I am not at all shocked that it's a mistrial. And as a matter of fact, when you have that much reasonable doubt, you are supposed to acquit. And what they did here is, they essentially said, we can't come to a consensus. And maybe it was so divergent. It sounds like so many people had no doubt. A certain other number of people did have some doubt. And at the end of the day, they had to call that mistrial that the lead juror wrote so nicely on that note, and the judge had no choice but to say, yes, I am now declaring this a mistrial. But Lally has an opportunity here, Steve. He has an opportunity to win the next time he goes at it.
And Sky, I want to get your take on that in just 1 second. Sky's sitting, obviously, with the AC on, but she's in very hot Utah, so we're going to let her go in a little bit. But COE, to you, I know you're handling this behind the scenes. Sorry to talk about production stuff on air. At 4 o'clock, COE, when we have a new set of guests coming in, I think we should do our original plan. We should do our original plan, COE, and switch over for a new slate for a new show. I just don't know what's going on with you behind the scenes and with Steve in terms of notifying our guests, but I will let you handle that. Meanwhile, if you rewatch the mistrial being declared, John O'Keefe's family is crying and wiping away tears. This is a hard day for the victim's family. There isn't justice for John O'Keefe. Rob D'Amico, you're the sole civilian here, and you're not even a civilian. You're a quasi-civilian, but you're not an attorney, is what I mean. You're talking about the emotions. COE, if you can also just pull up that video of Paul O'Keefe having words with Karen Reed, that would be interesting for everyone to see. We will get that.
I think we talked about it. I think the last statement, you want your lawyer to be up there being boisterous about winning. I thought she looked a little smug. I thought she should have just had that plain look. Like, she can't win either way, as just that nodding and everything else. And I think I saw some of it in the comments. She should have just let him take that boisterous stand because it's a lawyer. That's his job. But she went ahead and just some of the nodding and everything else I thought is going to be taken wrongly. She still can be tried. So she still has to literally look at everything she's doing and how it's perceived.
Thank you. And Kurt, with uncivil law, should the prosecution here use this is obviously a premature question, but I'm getting at a bigger point here. If there is a retrial here, this gives a chance to both sides. The question is, should the Commonwealth use a reconstruction expert with diagrams, etc.? What do both sides do in terms of making their case stronger? Does that include better graphics, new witnesses, all these things that they think may have helped them in the first trial?
The only thing I can recommend really for the defense is just basically more. If you had to find a point of fault, I don't think that they have to prove anything. I don't think they should have to prove anything, but it could be just as simple as, well, the Commonwealth presented a much longer case and therefore it must be better, which of course doesn't make sense. But from a legal perspective, if I go on for a year, it doesn't mean that I am saying anything for that year. But I think the defense probably would be advised to just take longer for the sake of taking longer, just to emphasize the point about the problems. I think a reconstruction expert for the state makes a lot of sense because our only alternative is Trooper Paul. And as good as he is with his associate's degree, perhaps we could do better. Maybe. Who knows? So those would be my recommendations. And I think otherwise it was basically the opening for the defense was perfect. Their close was perfect, especially given the constraints that they had in terms of time. They did a very good job of illustrating it. The prosecution could probably use someone else other than Lally, so I don't have to hear that same droning voice forever. Would be nice. Yeah, that's basically all I have to say. But other than that, I think I'll bow out and thank you for letting me join on.
Thank you, Kurt Mueller with Uncivil Law. Check out his channel if you haven't already. Appreciate it, Kurt. Appreciate you coming on in a pinch. Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
How do we know the foreman is law enforcement or that there are lawyers on the jury? That would just be from reporters who are getting the inside scoop the way the media has always done it. It could be that it's not correct. We don't know. I don't think we'll know for sure until these people speak out, but that has been the majority of what the reporters have gone with. And again, reporters, as we all know, and I'm a former quote unquote mainstream media reporter, we can be incorrect. There's also a lot of comments suggesting that the ratio is completely in the other direction. And I don't want to spur any rumors or conspiracy theories. We just don't know. But I'm seeing some very well-known names in the Twitter sphere saying that the ratio is completely the other way around, meaning that there's more people in favor of guilty than not guilty. I guess, Sky Lazar, would that surprise you? Everyone's assuming here that it's a lone holdout for guilty. And what if it's the other way around, that everyone was, in fact, voting for guilty and it was a lone holdout for not guilty?
In all these years that I've done this, I am never surprised by juries, or always surprised, however you want to look at it. It's never what I think it is. They never get hung up on what I think is important. It's always some obscure fact out there that I'm like, really that was your question? The reality is, I think right now we just don't know and may not know, depending on who wants to talk and who doesn't.
Wow. Tim Jansen, you mentioned a retrial clause in a criminal defense attorney's contract, I guess. Can you just explain what that is? You said you would have had a retrial clause. You're obviously a savvy criminal defense attorney. You want to get the case back. I mean, it is, look right here, $6.50 an hour or more. Not a bad fee to get paid. But in your opinion, does Alan Jackson have this retrial clause? And what does that mean for him legally? Does he have to take the case or can he bow out?
Well, it depends on what the retainer agreement is. Is it a flat fee or is it sometimes we call it an evergreen contract? it's a flat fee where you keep the hours. And when it gets beyond the retainer, then it turns to a, if it's a flat fee, instances for a retrial, you would have another fee for a retrial. And it may not be the same fee, but a fee, an additional fee, if you have to try it more than once. Time up, right? And
Yeah.
his time is very valuable. And he's very valuable because he knows the case inside and out. Question is, will we have a different judge?
That's a good question, and I understand that Judge Beverly Cannoni is considering retirement, so we don't know if we will. To Terry Austin, who says that Canton State Police and the DA are being investigated by the feds, that speaks volumes. Yes, it does. But Terry Austin, one of the things that immediately came into question regarding Alan Jackson and the defense was, did they go too far in on this cover-up? They had mountains of reasonable doubt and bad policing and bad investigations. Dave Arenberg said it on my show that they, in essence, shifted the burden to the defense to prove a cover-up that I don't think a lot of people are buying. So your thoughts, your take on that, was that a fatal flaw in this case?
I agree with Dave Ehrenberg, who is excellent, by the way, and has also been on our show, Law and Crime. When you have such a huge theory that this is a police cover-up, a conspiracy, you have to show that. And I don't think I saw one bit of evidence about that. Yes, it was a bad investigator. Yes, there's no question that all of these police officers are good friends. The family alone of the Alberts. I mean, I have a chart of all of the names and the brothers who are police officers. That doesn't mean there's a conspiracy. We know that the defense does not have any burden of proof here, but when you have such a theory, you're going to have to show that jury that you have evidence to back it up. And a conspiracy is a big word. You didn't hear any conversations about, well, let's plant this evidence. Yes, you saw evidence that, did that taillight get planted there? But really, it was just the defense saying, did the taillight get planted there? Yes, the investigation was bad, but no reason, no motive, and no one has to prove motive, not the prosecution nor the defense. But that's what the jury wants to hear. They want to hear that motive. They want to hear the story. And I do think by raising that level of expectation to the jury, it did hurt the defense. And that's probably why it's a mistrial and not an acquittal.
Thank you for that. COE, regarding your question, I think we should do the redirect with Mario to the whatever you had set up when we got an answer. And I think you and Steve need to get those links, the proper link to them for the 4 p.m. show, which is in 11 minutes. So please, let's do that. Thank you, COE. I appreciate it very much. Zero evidence here from Amy in New Jersey. I'm going to send this back to Rob D'Amico, the non-lawyer on the panel. Obviously not the case in terms of the jurors who were weighing this case didn't feel that there was zero evidence. Some believe that there was evidence. How do you square that? Because you've got the people who say this was a cover-up or a conspiracy. I mean, it cuts both ways. Was there evidence of a cover-up and or a conspiracy? Was there evidence that Karen Reed hit and killed John O'Keefe? There's people on the jury that saw it both ways.
Well, it's the same with it. Like, you would have the exact same person testifying, and you read the comments, and one's like, oh, that's absolutely makes her guilty. Another one's like, that absolutely makes her not guilty. So it is everything from where you come from and what your perceptions are and how you came through your experience of life, how you look at things. And again, it's so biased in when someone sees something and you already have a bias of what you think, you see it, make it fit your narrative. And it's the prosecution's duty to show that that's not even possible because the evidence is so sound. The investigation was so horrible. It was so bad. It allowed the jury, like you always say, like the little bit of room, it allowed the jury to drive a truck through the investigation. Though, was that conspiracy of them beating them up and throwing them out, was that, like I said, believable in the fact that they show enough evidence to convince people, then it was just a bad investigation and you can't convict her because there's so many holes in it? Or was it this conspiracy with the cover up? And conspiracies, that you go back into it, that many people in a conspiracy is tough. So it's one of those things. I think the defense oversold. He knew exactly what happened and saying that they're not going to prove your case. You have to have a reasonable doubt. You got to, acquit my client because there's just not enough evidence. It was run so bad, but I think he went over a bit.
From Florida Digger here. Tim Jansen, this is kind of an interesting question. I have no idea what the answer is. Could one or more of the jurors offer themselves as a consultant for the defense or prosecution? Sounds like a great money-making opportunity. It is a capitalistic society. What about that? For another trial, are these jurors fair game in terms of speaking to them and asking them what they think they should do differently?
Well, they can speak to either side. I don't know if they would pay them, but I think they certainly could offer their guidance and what happened and their opinions to both the prosecution and to the state. Normally, the person's going to go to one side or the other, right? The people who are voting for guilty will probably call the prosecutor, and the people who are going for the defense would call the defense. But don't be surprised if that prosecution team didn't have people on the inside who the bailiff that watches the jury, and they heard the split, and they knew what the split was long before the hung jury, and they knew, and that's why they're going so strong with the retrial. And maybe we've got it all wrong, and maybe that's, 7-5 to convict and 5 to acquit.
Terry Austin, right now, I guess first question is, how many times can this case be retried? That's question number one.
Well, unfortunately for the defendant, there is no limit. I mean, we have case law that says if you have prosecutorial misabuse of, bringing a case over and over and over, I think the most times I've ever seen is 4 or 5 times. And even that, I think the prosecution has a right to do that. I think it's unreasonable. I think it's not fair, but they can keep going at it until, technically they get it right. Usually you'll see them go at it one more time and then that's it, maybe 3 times. But to answer the question, the cases do say above a certain amount, but for the most part, the prosecution just go right back at it. And, it's not much the defense can do about that.
Sky Lazaro, this is another interesting question. I mean, again, Michael Proctor is sort of the disaster X factor in this, or variable in this whole trial. Could the prosecution bring in his evidence that he gathered without actually using him? He is the lead investigator in this case. Is there any way around, I guess is a better question, of not using him because of how toxic he is?
If I'm the state, I'm going to try to figure out every way possible to do that. I don't have a good enough understanding of who collected what evidence to be able to really answer that question. But, if there were other people who can testify to the collection of evidence or the preservation of evidence and how the testing was done, I'm probably going to try to find all those people and avoid him at all costs going forward.
I'm not sure they know who collected it. There's no logs.
Yeah,
See, there's your problem.
I cannot tell you. I mean, I don't want to spew this, but it's almost like on Twitter, it's almost like a fact right now that the guilty vote far outweighed the not guilty vote, and I just don't think there's any way to verify that. But it's just interesting seeing what's developing in the Twitter sphere here. I would be very surprised, and that's why everyone wants to hear from the jurors, but the jurors would be doing that at their own peril, speaking publicly, especially if that's the way that they were leaning. They would incur quite a bit of wrath from people who don't agree with them. Terry Austin, one of the things that's fascinating also on Twitter right now is it's being used almost like we see in a presidential election. This hung jury is being used as a motivator for people to donate to the Karen Reed Defense Fund. Many tweets are saying, "I've just donated more. I've just donated more. We've got to, stay strong here." Right here. If she doesn't have the $1 million for the next trial, she'll have it soon. I'm sending another $100 to the legal fund of Karen Reed. Many tweets like that. What about the just the public, the public sort of devotion and dedication to what they deem to be fair and right in this case, and their willingness to do it by putting down money, which is hard to get people to do for anything, for any cause, to pay for Karen Reed's defense? What do you make of this?
It's interesting. This case took place in a small town, relatively small. Obviously, you have Boston police officers involved, so that's a bigger town. But everyone knows about this case beyond the state, beyond the country. My youngest daughter said, "Mom, are you handling the Karen Reed case? Are you talking about it?" And she's on Twitter, and I was shocked that so many people are following this. And the fact that the public, most of those people you saw protesting outside of the courtroom were for Karen Reed. And this is a capitalistic country. They are legally able to support whatever cause they want. You can start a fundraiser, and that's exactly what happens. If in fact Karen Reed needs the money, I think she will get whatever money she needs for a second trial, and if she's convicted, for the appeal, because it does look like the public is behind her 100%. And I do think it's important for all of us to recognize, yes, there's a victim here, and I think we've been doing that, and the victim is John O'Keefe and his family, Paul, and it's terrible. What I really want to see is justice done, whether it's Karen Reed or whomever. We need to get to the bottom of what happened here. If you were to ask me, and I watched this trial every single day, and if you were to ask me, how did this happen, Terry? I could not sit here and tell you this is the way it happened. And that's a problem. Right now, justice has not been served because I am not convinced, and I'm not sure anyone else is thoroughly convinced how this incident occurred.
Here's a funny tweet out there on social media, Rob D'Amico. Apparently, there was some kind of sale with the Boston Celtics today. I don't know from whom to whom, but I don't know if it's a majority ownership or minority ownership, but whoever is tweeting this out said that the Celtics sale is now going to be in the F block on Boston local news because of the Karen Reed trial. I mean, just again, back to this idea of how would you try this fairly again? I mean, everyone in Boston is talking about it. But as I also said earlier, I went up to Canton, Massachusetts, a few weeks ago. It seems like 7 months ago, but it was just a few weeks back. And there were people there who weren't familiar with the case in Canton, Massachusetts, which I don't even know how that's really possible, but they were just vaguely familiar with it. So seating a jury for a new trial, do you think they would be able to do it in a just manner?
I think they could, but I think you'd have to start asking the question, even if you know about this trial, are you open enough to hear both sides and not just, hey, have you never heard of the trial? Because I don't think that's going to be tough. So it's going to have to be that, hey, if you heard of the trial, if you know about this, are you still open to listen to both sides and really weigh the evidence and everything else and follow the instructions? So it may come down to that. They may have to move it out. Again, I think the local one is going to be tough, but they're going to probably have to ask some different questions to the jury instead of just if you don't know about it.
Sky, and I know we have to let you go in a few moments. There's people out there who are getting book deals out of this, not just one, several, and talk about movies being made. How do you square sort of the capitalistic side of this, of a trial, which, look, we're guilty of this too. We're a true crime channel. We make money. But this is really a victim here. This is someone's life that was taken. Another woman's life hangs in the balance based on her guilt or innocence. What about this? This thing has become a literal media spectacle. It is 4 p.m. The new STS show starts now. Look at that. People are getting redirected. You guys just redirected. Let me do what they do on network news here and take a moment. And for those just joining us here at the 4 o'clock hour, I need to switch. So what do I need to do? Do I have to say goodbye to all the guests? Do I leave the studio? I need instructions. COE. Do I end the stream?
You end the stream and you hop into the new stream. It's an entirely new show. Everyone here will be redirected, except for that.
I actually have to jump off. 'Cause
Sky,
I've gotta
thank you.
get in the jail.
Rob and
Okay.
Terry, if you want to
Thanks,
hang
guys.
on, thank you.
Good
Sky,
to see
thanks so
y'all.
much. So, Bugs, you're saying end the stream and go into the new stream?
Yes, but Terry and Rob will need the new
Can
the new
we?
stuff. You
Terry,
just end it and we'll reach out.
okay, they'll get to you. Terry and Rob, thank you so much. They'll email you a link. Thank you.
Thank you.